information on the box office this weekend. Joker Folie à Deux managed to win the American box office this weekend, though it performed worse than people thought it would just a month ago. Joker's sequel took the top spot with $40 million in its debut weekend, well below early projections of $100 million opening.
And it had the trike of Preston. It had bad critical reviews, bad audience reviews, and bad box office.
The Wild Robot took second place. Beetlejuice was third, followed by Transformers 1, and Speak No Evil was in fifth place. We'll start with this story. Richard Simmons was laid to rest, and he was done so in his classic workout clothes, according to his brother.
You'd have to, right?
Lenny Simmons shared the detail during a eulogy at a celebration of life at St. Louis Cathedral in New Orleans on Saturday. He said, "I want to let you all in on a little secret. Richard is wearing his tank top and shorts underneath his clothes, just in case God's final plan for him is to get all the angels and saints in heaven into shape." Lenny spoke about their happy childhood. He noted that Richard once considered becoming a Catholic priest to help people. Instead, he found his calling as a charming waiter and then transitioned into fitness, saying at the age of 26, Richard Simmons finally knew what God wanted him to do. He died at the age of 76. That was on July 3rd.
You know, the thing with him is, and you've seen things reviewing his life, he had all of this goodwill, and eventually a lot of times somebody says, well, they're really not that way. Mm-hmm. There was none of that. He was really that way. Like he would take time out wherever he was, appearing to go to the people who are part of his Deal a Meal program or whatever, to go like counsel them in person.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. Though. Yeah. Like he would go meet with people privately who had serious weight, issues, and try to really help them out because he had been there himself.
He knew it. Yeah,
he knew what it was like. Artem Chigvintsev is countering domestic violence allegations made by Nikki Garcia during their contentious divorce, and he claims that she made up the accusations that led to his arrest. We're going to go back and forth on this stuff for a while, I'm sure. The legal documents, Artem says that in the legal documents, he says that Nikki was actually the bad egg, submitting photos of injuries to his hands, elbow, and the back of his head that he says were caused by her. He also shared a story where he says Nikki became physically abusive after breakfast, while Nikki has shared her own story that is similar but points to Artem being the aggressor.
He also pointed out how unnatural Simon Cowell looks.
Right. I just point of order.
Yeah. I don't know how that's germane to this case, but we will put it into the record.
Meanwhile, the Napa County District Attorney has not charged Artem with anything at this time, citing insufficient evidence, and Artem has since sought a temporary restraining order against Nikki.
On a personal basis, and I think for you, and I'm advocating for this, I hope they resolve it so you don't have to try to say that damn name of his.
I know. That's my main issue with those stories. Dolly Parton. I know how to say her name.
Yes.
She has deep ties in eastern Tennessee, one of the areas that was hit hardest by Hurricane Helene. And she has stepped up in a big way to help those struck by the disaster. No surprise.
Yes.
She's very charitable. At a press conference at the Walmart in Newport, Tennessee, Dolly announced that she is donating $1 million to Hurricane Helene relief efforts from her personal bank account, in addition to another $1 million coming from her business ventures like Dollywood. And she had said, it's personal because I have a lot of my own relatives that live here. When we heard about this, it was devastating, not just because it was my family, but all these people feel like my people, and we all feel related, and we are all in some sort of way. And she said, today I wanted to announce that for myself personally, I'm donating $1 million, but also with my Dollywood companies, we've added another $1 million to the $1 million, so we're starting out with a good little hunk. So she continues to be the national treasure.
It's pretty amazing. I was watching more of the footage over the weekend as it comes in because there's been difficulty getting footage out of the area. And then there was this small town that had a creek basically running through it that became a 20-foot high wall of water that just, you would have thought they'd bulldoze the town. They were showing pictures of before and after. It's like, where did that go?
Yeah, I've seen a few of the, how you can swipe the screen across and see the before and after photos. And it's just devastating. It doesn't look...
No.
The topography has changed.
It shifted completely.
It's crazy how that happened, man. And there's, not that necessarily those areas are going to be hit, but there's another hurricane coming towards Florida, so we'll see what that ends up doing. Last month, it was Jennifer Aniston. This month, it is Chris Pine getting swatted. We reported on the Jennifer Aniston incident. Now, Chris Pine has had this happen. Somebody called 911 last week and claimed a person sexually assaulted him at Pine's address. And when LAPD arrived, Chris answered the door, surprised when he was met by a number of police. After a brief conversation, police determined that it was a bogus call, but they'd been through this before as well, as had Pine. This is the fourth time that he has been swatted.
So any idea as to why he'd be the focus of someone's, they clearly have no idea, but Chris Pine?
I can't think of anything.
Unless it's Spock.
I was going to say maybe it was Khan, but...
Yeah.
Doing the swatting?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Cops then called the man. Cops then called the man who made the 911 call, but he hung up on them. And they're now investigating him for the crime of filing a false report, and as well as trying to determine if he was responsible for the other 3 calls. So I didn't know if it was the same guy or not.
I think there's some more, but why don't you publish your clearinghouse somewhere? Right? Instead of swatting them.
Well, do you remember have them show up and actually award you the prize?
In a benevolent way, right?
It's the wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have the wrong house.
At least you're less likely to get shot.
Yeah. You can always junk mail bomb them, too, which is a little less.
Bed Bath & Beyond's open again.
Nobody's going to get shot over that. Former The Bachelorette star Tyler Cameron is moving away from his bachelor status.
More.
He's been dating his girlfriend Tate Madden for over a year.
Me like her boobies.
But as you know, it's not real until it's Instagram official, and the couple has just taken that all-important step.
Oh, my gosh, it's beautiful.
And he wrote alongside an Instagram video, found a cute girl to dance with.
Put your picture on computer.
He said, and then she tried to knock me out. They were dancing together in an outdoor bar last week.
The dude is a physical specimen, but he is as dumb as they get.
While Madden has been posting pics of the couple for nearly 2 years, this is Cameron's first outright social media acknowledgement. Driving the point home, Cameron tagged Madden in the post, which she also shared on her social media. It's a big step forward.
Yeah.
Big step.
It's no way to live. It's just...
That's no way to live,
It's
son.
just no way to live, son.
Well... Travis Kelce celebrated his 35th birthday in Kansas City on Saturday and surrounded by loved ones, but noticeably without Taylor Swift.
I'm getting a little concerned now, Kathy. It's been a couple of things that have happened. What's going on? You're tied into them.
She's busy. He's busy. Steve, it's okay.
Okay.
So the festivities...
I really think there's a shot at them getting married.
The festivities included his annual Kelce Car Jam, benefiting his 87 and Running Foundation, and continued at the historic Midland Theater. Comedian Zach Townsend shared photos on Instagram featuring Travis, his brother Jason, and quarterback Patrick Mahomes.
Did the brothers do their annual 24-hour swat-a-thon?
Earlier in the day, Travis spoke at the charity event expressing his birthday wish. He said, "How about we get a win on Monday night? How about that?" Rallying the crowd ahead of the Chiefs game against the Saints tonight. When asked by a fan if Swift was in Missouri for the event, he responded, "She will not be here right now. I know she's coming in for the game." So there you go.
All right, we'll see.
It's okay. Relax.
But if she doesn't show up at the game,
With her attending tonight's game, that will mark her 3rd appearance at a Chiefs game this season. She previously attended 2 Chiefs home games, but missed 2 road games. So it looks like there's still hope, folks.
All right. All right, then.
We're okay.
Speaking of the Chiefs, Bravo is working on a reality series focused on the wives and girlfriends of Kansas City Chiefs players.
Oh, my goodness.
God,
I mean,
effing mighty.
I mean, that's what the Real Housewives stuff is anyway.
I
You
know.
They're real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Just
despise
as long
those
as
shows.
Brittany Mahomes is not part of this.
She is not going to be part of it, Case.
Okay, good.
Neither is Tay.
Wait, why? She's an idiot? You don't like her?
She's fine.
So
I just
wait,
don't wanna
question.
see her.
Wait, question. Real Housewives. They have to be married to be on that show? Because this will include girlfriends.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Because I don't watch
They
Real
usually
Housewives. I
are
don't know.
married. That was my understanding.
Or they were
The
married
ones
at
I've
one
seen,
point,
yeah.
you know?
So I went to type it, are all the Real Housewives, I was going to put married, and the first thing that comes up says on Ozempic.
Oh, that's wonderful. Potential cast members include Shauna Weathersby, Shiona, I guess or Shauna, who has and Shariah Gordon, who is engaged to wide receiver, and I will mess up these names, Casey. I don't know my NFL players. Mecole Hardman.
That's fine.
Did I get it close enough?
Yeah, Mecole Hardman, yeah.
Okay. That said, a source spilled to People that the exact list of cast members is still very much a work in progress, but definitely not Taylor and definitely not Brittany Mahomes in the show. So
I would love to see them do it. Just listen, we know that they're living a different lifestyle. We know that they're privy to a lot more things than we are, and that there is a lot more pomp and stuff associated with what they do. But I wondered if they were to just actually follow their regular lives without the producers cajoling certain situations. Like,
I mean, listen.
What would that be like?
That's why the Osbournes was so great.
Yeah.
Because we saw Ozzy changing the trash can,
Right.
the bag in the trash can and doing all this stuff. But, you know, it's an antithesis of what we're used to for him.
Would it be a refreshing departure, though, from all this crap to see that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
This is sad news. Madonna's brother, Christopher Ciccone, has died of cancer at the age of 63. Did I say that right? Ciccone? Ciccone. 2 weeks after their 81-year-old stepmother, Joan Claire Ciccone, had passed away from the same disease.
I think it's Ciccone.
Is it Ciccone?
Yeah.
Okay. Christopher's publicist confirmed to TMZ that the artist, interior decorator, and designer died Friday in Michigan. Although he served as the art director of Madonna's Blonde Ambition World Tour in 1990 and was the director of her The Girly Show in 1993, the New York Post notes that the siblings had a falling out, and Christopher chronicled that in his 2008 bestseller, Life with My Sister Madonna.
Oh, I didn't realize that because I was thinking she posted some photos of them together, and it sort of was like a nice tribute.
They got back together. They got past that. Yeah, but for that they were estranged for a while, and then they made nice.
Yeah, she kind of said, it was my only brother, and now he's gone, and it was sad.
He also directed music videos for Tony Bennett and Dolly Parton, and another Anthony Ciccone, Madonna and Christopher's brother. He died from throat cancer and respiratory failure at 66 in 2023.
Wow.
So, yeah, she's, I don't know if she has any siblings left. Madonna has not publicly commented on Christopher's death as of yet.
You have two siblings that die in the same age bracket, and she's in her 60s.
Yeah, and the stepmom had passed away recently, too, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, Preston, this post was from last night, so that Madonna
so she
put up,
did.
and she shared all the photos that Kathy was talking about,
Somebody named Kathy Romano 11 responded to this.
She liked it.
She liked it.
Oh, I did, yeah. Oh, well, sad.
It apparently meant a lot to Madonna. She placed it at the top of her likes.
Yeah. Reality star Christina Hall is done playing with ex Josh Hall. The Christina on the Co-Star posted on Instagram on Thursday. She's listing her Leapers Fork farmhouse for $4.5 million. The kicker, Josh has been living in the Nashville house since the couple separated. And apparently Josh updated his location on his Instagram bio to the Nashville property, and that fired her up. And she had written, "Time to go back to reality soon. Remember when you said you would never steal from me or my kids and you would just be happy in a van with your dog? I guess plans changed." And she continued saying, "All about trying to take everything you can with your mind on my money and my money on your mind." And then she wrote, "Bye."
Wow, man.
Now, things are getting less amicable by the day because she followed that up with another Instagram stories post calling Josh, quote, "a gold-digging little bitch."
Ooh. She's gotten hardcore drinking her gin and juice.
Adding, "P.S. My autobiography is in the works, and it's going to be a real page-turner."
God almighty. Can you think of anyone less threatening than her? Yeah.
There you go. Mind on my money and my money on my mind. But she's got some star power behind her as far as the, HGTV realm goes.
I remember when those two had gotten together and love forever. Of
course.
You found me, I found you.
Yeah.
Now get out!
Here's a follow-up. When calls the Heart star, Mamie Laverock is continuing to recuperate from her traumatic 5-story fall back in the spring that left her clinging to life. In a Facebook post on Friday, Fans got their first real look at the young actor since her fall, and she posted a video thanking them for their love and support.
Who is this person?
She was on. I was not familiar with her, but she was I guess like a mid-level actress, but she took a 5-story fall off a balcony. It was at a hospital, I think, right?
Yeah, she was in a hospital, and there was, I guess, like an atrium or something like that.
Yeah.
And what we have yet to understand is exactly how she fell. Like in a hospital.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd make it less easy to fall 5 stories.
So she posted a video thanking them for the love and support. She said, "Thank you guys for so much for these beautiful cards. There's so many, and I love them all so much." She was lying in bed as she addressed the camera. So, she's on the road to recovery.
The fact that she's alive is amazing. 5 friggin' stories.
Yeah, that's way the hell up
I
there.
jumped off the roof a while ago, and it hurt.
Well, I mean, that's one story up from where we are now. Looking outside, that's gnarly. Anne Hathaway is returning to Genovia. Princess Diary 3's has officially been confirmed.
I enjoyed those movies.
They're cute.
Yeah.
Yep. And she will once again star in the awkward American teen turned Genovian royalty. And she did physical comedy really well in those movies. Because she was a total klutz.
She's good. I think she's really talented. I think of her like her turn as Catwoman and everything. I watched her in that movie. She falls in love with the boy band star who's
Oh yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, way younger than her, right?
Yeah, and she's really good and she's sexy and the guy's pretty good. And I mean, this dumb thing that I would just happen to watch 5 minutes of. I watched all the way to the end. So
Okay.
yeah.
Hathaway, who will not only star in but will produce the 3rd installment, made the announcement on Instagram on Friday. No word on any other casting, but the feature will start filming next year. I got to think they got to bring back some of the people who've been in
Yes,
the show
even
in
the
past.
dead people.
Even the dead people,
Yeah.
bring them back. Hector Alonso, isn't he?
Elizondo?
Elizondo? What's his name?
Elizondo, yeah.
Yeah.
Did he pass?
I think he might have.
I think he did. Nick's going to look that up.
SAG will look out for him. They'll make sure he appears in it.
No, I think he's still alive.
Hey! A miracle!
Yes!
This just in.
I love that guy.
He's great.
Yeah.
Actor Hector Elizondo is still alive.
We think. Hang on.
Yep, we're good.
He is.
Still alive. This just in on the This Just In.
He's 87.
Wow. We'll see if he ends up being in that. Dwayne Johnson may have left his wrestling nickname behind to become an actor, but Saturday night he made a powerful return to the ring as The Rock during the Bad Blood event at the State Farm Arena in Georgia. Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes were celebrating their victory against Solo Sikoa and Jacob Fatu when The Rock's iconic theme song blared through the arena, sending the crowd into a frenzy. He then appeared to be holding up his...
Let's go, girls.
No, it wasn't that
This
song.
isn't his anthem?
No.
Oh, my
He
God.
appeared holding up his championship belt, staring down Cody as he counted down from 3 with his fingers. I was at a Monday Night Raw, and I don't know squat about these guys.
No.
And there's something is happening, and all of a sudden a music cue hits, and the crowd
Goes
went
nuts.
insane.
Yeah.
Because they just know the theme.
Who was coming out? Do you remember?
They were called The Shield.
Okay.
3 guys that were part of this group. And the people next to me are like, I'm like, can you tell me what's going on? They're like, it's the Shield. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what that is, but you do. But thank you for letting me know.
It's intoxicating. I was there, one of them, when Steve Austin came out.
Oh,
And I was like, holy hell.
Press, I was with you when he came out, when The Rock came out. Don't you remember? Like, he got up on the turnbuckle, and I was like, this guy is just a massive, massive specimen.
He's a large man. He showed the championship belt, and then he took the mic, and he declared, The Rock is feeling a lot of things about what he just witnessed. There's been a bunch of bull S going on in the past 6 months. You want to know what the final boss was feeling? The final boss will tell you when the final boss is ready.
But I think we can all agree on one thing. What's up with Simon Cowell's face? I'm serious. Humans don't look like that. Looks like a snake bit him on his face. Go to hell. Tonight I'm going to take on Rocky Road and Pause Attraction.
Rocky Road and Positive Traction, they're a tag team, right?
Tag team.
Yeah,
They're
okay.
The Shield.
They love them.
So a technical wrestling question, and perhaps a wrestling fan can answer this question.
You got
This is
it.
his first time back in the ring.
He's
Kath,
been in.
Kath, you know, right?
All right,
Yeah.
Kathy.
Yes,
Kathy,
Nick.
here's my question. This is
Yeah.
first time back in the ring.
Yeah.
How was he able to grab and hold on to the championship belt?
Oh, well, because that's in the previous match. He won.
He was here at the
place.
link.
I don't know.
Yeah,
He came out.
showed
He
up for
came out.
WrestleMania.
He came out for WrestleMania at the link. You remember that?
No.
Wait, so hang on. You're asking the question, how is he able to hold on to the belt even though he's not the champ anymore?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I do not know how that works.
Why does the phone always ring when you're in the shower?
Yes.
I don't know.
So they love him. So fans can expect fireworks at WrestleMania 41, and I'm sure he'll be involved. Oh man, it's already after 7, but I do want to do
it.
There was one more, Steve, that you have to hear. The Terrifier horror franchise is about to unleash its third installment on the movie. The movie going public.
Yes.
But in the UK last week, the film was given a screening, and the crowd had its opinions, at least the ones who stayed. According to Signature Entertainment, who organized the screening, movie theater staff reported 11 people walked out and one person vomited.
Wow.
That's a rave review right there.
That's the best press you can get. I'm a big fan, and I'm very excited for this one. The reviews amongst the people who are listen, I completely understand. This is by no means everybody's cup of tea.
Right.
By no means.
Yeah.
But if you're a fan of late '80s, early '90s splatter horror. And this kind of thing, nobody's doing it better than that crew, the Terrifier crew.
All right, by the way, Nick, people are texting, and it's the People's Championship belt that was made for him. He does not have any recognized belt with them, but this is kind of his own. It's his own, I don't know, I guess
It's my own belt!
his own
Ding!
recognition.
Yeah.
I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
He's the people's
it's a token.
champion.
Yeah.
And he gets to make his own belt.
Okay. All right, we can do the
I
clips.
made my own slacks, too.
So Dwight Howard is an 8-time NBA All-Star. Now he's an early leader to win Dancing with the Stars. Here, the former 76er talks about what he wants out of this whole experience.
I would like to learn how to get my salsa right. See, I've done the cha-cha slide, and I know they have like a little salsa in there, but I really want to get my salsa right so I could get to moving into the next part of my life. I got the little movements with my arms, but I got to get the hips and everything else to go with.
Night 3 of Dancing with the Stars airs tonight on ABC. Here's our next clip. The story of the Menendez brothers got the Ryan Murphy treatment with the new series Monsters, and here Javier Bardem, who plays the boy's dad, reacts to Eric Menendez's public criticism of the show.
I think it's absolutely legitimate for him to express and have an opinion, of course, and I support whatever he wants to think about it because it's his life. That being said, the show has to show different views based on research and facts and opinions, but whatever he said, I totally understand and support it.
Monsters is streaming on Netflix now.
The word is they might be opening up that case again.
Yeah,
And
saw
information,
Saw that over the weekend. I think that's definitely going to end up happening. So.
And Javier Bardem does not look anything like their dad looked. I haven't seen the Ryan Murphy miniseries, but I guess they did him up. I guess, okay. He's in the ballpark.
We're looking at pictures of him now. Yeah, there's comparison. So, all right, let's wrap up the entertainment segment and let you know that we are going to be giving away all this week Hershey Park tickets. We have a 4-pack of tickets to win, and it's a special secret text word type of thing we're doing. It's a secret text trivia question. So if you text the word Hershey Park, all one word, to 39333, we'll send you a trivia question. Go look up the answer. and then send it in, or later on, we'll ask you to call in with the answer to that. And if you get it correct, you win a 4-pack of Hershey Park tickets. They have their Halloween and Dark Nights event going on now. You can get tickets at HersheyPark.com. So we will have that and many other things on our program this morning. Henry Winkler joining us, actor Jesse L. Martin. We have an announcement to make. We have Good Money, It, and more. We'll take a break and we'll come back and continue. Stay with us. There was something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to
Took the
hear.
first one that came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one? All right, so take your headphones off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously?
And we're all doing this at the same
All
time?
do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right, all the way. No. All right, now cover your ears, both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it
Jesus.
will. Oh, my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah, well,
She
how much
loves
did
them.
those cost? This is for
This,
free,
You just
bro.
stick
You
her
just shove
phone
the
in her
phone in your mouth
and look
and
like
plug
an
up your
imbecile.
ears.
You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
You didn't do
Preston.
it.
All right,
No.
here's
I
the
just
thing.
did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged
Yeah.
in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, he was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something through it, it was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has renewed.
Now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jim Iglesiasky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
Having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, And it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
And
It's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She speaks so quickly.
Oh, my God.
And I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So, Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Tekau.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogen Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogen Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's her real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
It says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh, my God, Casey. Her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Jean Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her
She has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the...
Oh, yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in...
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable.
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogen Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogen Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has
throwing out the books?
No, they released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in
Is
first
one of them Goldfinger?
place, no.
Mr.
Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library. It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know that.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when
That's
I was
terrible.
a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. I remember that. Remember the little imprint on the
it's
front
a
of it?
gold sticker that would be a gold
Sticker! On this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold.
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number one on the list.
Number one.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay.
Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
Great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
2 Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck.
Okay.
It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've done that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, no guess. You have no guess.
I think it's got to be about, because by the time you take off and you land, like, I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Come on. Stop it.
Wow.
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
I mean, you can't, like, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting.
In 10 seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign. Around the cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and
Welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
and island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have to.
Stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I got to hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her.
Yes. She's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
Two different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy.
She
has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, if 007.
When she queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters.
Pretty much, Kath. Oh, man, watching the baseball game yesterday, it was like, it was a roller coaster.
Total roller coaster.
It was up and down.
It was a heavyweight fight.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, I mean, punches back and forth. It was exhausting. I was at the game, and it was exhausting.
I'm sure.
It was stressful.
It was
one of
stressful.
those stressful games. You were stressed the entire time.
I was like, oh my God. Just one of those. And that's great.
Yeah.
I mean, it's when you get obviously a blowout when it goes your way is a lot of fun too, but it gets kind of, I don't know. The back and forth thing just is excitement.
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah. I watched a little bit of the game on Saturday, and
that wasn't as good.
That wasn't as good, and so and
it's actually a really good game for most of it.
Yeah, but then I decided no, I'm not meant to watch things in real time. I have to find out after the fact. So I watched MeTV, the Bonanza yesterday, and that's why they won.
Well, we thank you for that.
My pleasure.
Nick, how electric was it there? It had to at the end.
Honestly, it was not at all for the first 5 innings. It was quite boring. It was really quiet. The Phillies couldn't get anything going, and I've not been in a stadium like that for a while, where people really were kind of sitting on their hands.
Could you sense the tension?
Well, yeah, and Steve
especially after the first game.
Coming off of the game on Saturday, like it was just not a good game the first game around. I mean, Wheeler pitched great in game one, but like the way that it ended, and you saw the Mets go up 2-0 yesterday, and it was just like, are we really going to lose to these a-holes?
Yes.
And I loathe Mets fans. I really don't like their team at all. And so for the first 5 innings, we're just sitting there like, I can't believe that the season is going to end this way. That's like you start getting negative. You start thinking about it. And here's the other thing about it. So my brother Adam drove up from Southern Virginia yesterday. And he brought my nephews, his sons, Luke and Tommy. And the last time that those 3 guys were at a playoff game in South Philadelphia was Game 4 of the World Series in 2022. You might remember that as the game that the Phillies did not get a hit. They were no hit in that game. Oh. And Adam and Luke and Tommy drove all the way up from Southern Virginia to see not one hit by the Phillies 2 years ago. So we're sitting for the first 5 innings yesterday, and Adam's like, is it me? Am I the problem? Am I the reason that this team can't do anything? And then Harper hit the home run, which was the place went nuts. And then Casty's home run after Harper's home run. Then people were like, all right, now we have a shot.
Do you guys know why that happened? Why it was a back-to-back?
Well, so I heard that Casty was getting into it with the fans and left and right, I mean?
No, it was because I went and put my red sweatpants on.
Oh, God.
I was wearing gray shorts, and I'm like, oh, crap, I was wearing these shorts yesterday.
Yeah, and I was into 10 minutes into the Love Boat. So that's what,
Nick, once the crowd picked up, the announcer said, this is what the team needed was because it did. They were saying how it was kind of quiet. It wasn't the Philly crowd that they wanted the Mets to see and get nervous about and all of that. So once they tied it up and everybody just started going crazy, they said a couple of times, this is what the Phillies need.
Yeah, sometimes it takes one thing to get momentum going. Like on the opposite side of things, the day before when Wheeler came out, that's what the Mets needed.
Yeah,
and it juiced them up. But you could see them in the dugout; they were getting fired up.
As far as the Phillies offense went, like it started off great on Saturday with the Schwarber home run. You think, all right, this is gonna be our series. We're gonna play, and then they did nothing except for the sort of the garbage run in the bottom of the ninth. And and so for the first 5 innings yesterday, it was hard to be there. But it was a beautiful day to be in South Philadelphia. And then Preston, after the Castellanos home run, I think Nimmo put them back up 4-3. The Mets up 4-3, and then it was back and forth. And then the Stott triple. I have not cheered that loudly or gotten that excited since the Rhys Hoskins bat spike 2 years ago. That the place went. I was yelling like that, but it was such a moment of elation and goosebumps, and everybody that I was around. It didn't matter what your mood was 10 minutes prior. Everybody was high-fiving and hugging and dropping them. It was so much fun being there. So that Stott triple was incredible.
Jason Dennis were at the game, and I just was so happy.
For them.
That they were there for that. And that's when I was watching it, I'm like, oh God, I hope they win. Of course I want them to win, but I'm like, Jace is sitting there. I want him to be there to see, in that atmosphere, in that crowd. And so
it's perfect.
When that last hit.
Can't get any better. Nick, so being in the stadium, what was the perception of volume of Mets?
Actually, not that many.
Really?
Okay. And I went last night. I didn't go on Saturday, but I watched it on Saturday, Steve, and it didn't seem like there were a ton there. There's a few, and that happens in any away game. And behind the Mets dugout on the third base side, you could see some. And there were a few moments where the Mets were playing well earlier in the game yesterday. They were standing up. They were cheering. I didn't see overly obnoxious Mets fans yesterday. But then again, the Phillies won the game. So,
hey, what's this OMG campaign thing that the Mets have going?
They have a few that are going this year. That's one. There's a song that one of the players on the Mets recorded. It's called OMG. Also, Grimace, the mascot for
what's that all about?
From McDonald's. He threw out the first pitch in a ceremonious promotion with McDonald's earlier in the year at I always call it Shea at Citi Field in New York. And they won that game, and then they went on a tear after that. So the song OMG came out, and it was sort of like they're dancing on my own. Okay. And then the Grimace thing. So they're both really annoying. But here's the thing that gets me most about the OMG thing, Preston, is I'm all for home run celebrations. There are some really fun, creative ones throughout Major League Baseball. But to use props after you hit a home run,
agreed.
I mean, it's really cheesy.
What is this? So, Steve, when whoever hits the home run, they go over and they smile and they take a picture with this big sign that says OMG on it, and it's usually 2 or 3 people just smiling together. And I don't.
No,
I'm not down with that.
No,
it seems like a social media op.
It is.
Yeah.
You know
and
what I mean?
it's also not original. I mean, in college football for the longest time, if like a defense got a takeaway, interception or a fumble, they would get to wear like a giant chain or something like that. And so that's, that was a celebration on the sidelines. And again, it was like social media. So it's not like this is even that original. They're just,
Yeah, but that's college in here. You know what I mean?
I know.
The big league.
Listen, if the Phillies were doing it, we'd be all for it.
Yeah, we'd be
so
like,
probably.
yeah.
Well,
So
I have an
I'm not
idea.
gonna hate on it.
We'd all be
That's
wearing,
100%.
big necklaces with those.
I think I know how we should do it. Marissa, you can tell, and I'll describe my method.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I was lucky enough to be at the game too. And Nick, you hinted at it, but literally the second pitch of the game, so there was a strike, and then there was another strike, and then everybody in my section sat down. And my friend and I looked, and there was like one guy next to us who was like, "It's October, you stand up." And it was the energy. So Kathy, to point out that the announcers were even saying like, the energy was not in the stadium, because that's why we talk about Philly being a tough place to play.
Is the energy.
We are loud and we make it hard for them to hear.
Yeah.
So we did not bring it as much. But there was a really cool moment at the very end of the game. My friends, we FaceTimed them because they were watching the game down at the Starboard in Delaware. We were like a full 90 seconds ahead of them live.
Nice.
So nobody in the Starboard had seen that Cassidy walk-off yet, except them on FaceTime watching the game live. So they're freaking out in the bar. Everybody's walking around like, what
are you doing?
excited about? Like, we
Yep.
could lose this game.
Yep.
And then 90 seconds later, the place exploded. It was pretty cool.
I think I know what the Phils need to do. Like now, before this series is over, a sign that says STFU.
Oh, yeah. Well, you saw a
And
bunch
hold
of
that up.
FTMs around the ballpark yesterday. F the Mets.
Oh, F the Mets.
yeah. I like that.
I like shut the F up.
How about when one of our players hits a home run, they go out, and when they hit home base, they are then placed on a large cross, and monks come out and carry them back into the dugout.
I like it. I like it.
So a friend of mine was at the game. He was sitting behind home plate, and they kept showing him on TV. And so we were like, "Oh my God, that's Chuck!" And so I wanted to grab a picture of him. And the picture that I grabbed, he said, I sent it to him. I go, "Wow, look at the serial killer at the game. He looks like a serial killer. He's like in the bottom of the TV screen." But my friend, and he was just so stressed out. He said, "I couldn't get up. I couldn't cheer yet. Like the game wasn't over. I had to just wait."
All right, so Major League Baseball, why would they schedule a game to start at 4:08 knowing that the shadows in the stadium are terrible for all of the players?
Television. It's all about ratings.
I know, but like...
I mean, there's your answer.
Yeah.
They need to do better. Like, I just don't understand that. Like, flip-flop it. Like, put a different game earlier. You know what I mean? Like, you can put... I don't know.
So I had a whole conversation with a friend, and he said the shadows were not as bad as they were making it out to be. Like he said, by the time the game started...
Your friend said that? Because Trey Turner didn't.
Was this topic of conversation during the game? I don't remember them talking about
early
that.
on.
Okay.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, after the game on Saturday, they were having such issues with it that Trey Turner went back into the batting cages to take extra BP specifically because of the shadows.
You think they should only have night games?
Or move it up, like 1 o'clock game.
Why 4?
It's just that time was like the worst time. Shadow-wise,
The
to start a
division, yeah. No, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
But if it starts at 1 p.m., those shadows are going to be there at the end of the game. Like, at least if it starts at 4, you can work their way to the end of the game.
It's going to affect both teams equally.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know that.
Yeah, it's all about like TV and ratings, Casey. Like, do we know our times this week yet?
Yeah,
Aren't the
5:08
games-
tomorrow, 5:08 Wednesday, and then
Super early.
4:08 back on Friday for Game 5.
There's also that Cassidy thing was pretty wild. He got caught on camera going, "These effing people," while he was up to bat, talking about the fans, because the fans booed him when he struck out. And then his following at bat, he hit his home run. So it was like a Bohm moment. Like he got caught on camera going, "These effing people."
Unless he was like, these effing people.
Yeah.
I know.
They're
I'm
awesome.
thinking maybe not. I
Might
don't
be.
know, but I don't know. But
It'll get the best of him, you know?
It didn't matter in the end. I mean, the guy had a great game yesterday. Obviously, had the walk off, and so he can complain all he wants. And if somebody's being an a-hole to him in right field, I don't blame the guy for getting angry.
I don't think there's any need to. But listen, this is my opinion. I don't think you need to boo your own team
Yeah, right.
I don't
Also,
think
I'm
you
not-
need to do that. I think everybody's trying as hard as they can.
I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm just saying that was a pretty wild moment that he.
Yeah.
He also on his when he was walking after the single or after he hit and it brought in Turner for the win. He grabbed the camera that was down low and moved it out of the way.
He was trying to get to Liam.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if the guy walking with the camera was impeding his way or whatever, but he
I thought
grabbed
it
the
was-
camera and shoved it over.
That seemed more playful to me
Yeah,
than,
same.
than
I
anything
couldn't
else.
tell.
Yeah.
I was hoping so.
I
I would
thought-
think
yeah.
so.
Yeah, but then he
happy
pissed
and
on him.
Excited. Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Oh.
that was an affront.
Wow.
Hey, so real quick, I want to send a huge thank you and gratitude out to Oscar Budahane because Oscar, who's the Phillies play-by-play Spanish language broadcaster, we were able to get down there early and take my nephews who are kids, and they were able to experience some things that not everybody gets to see. And so he took us down to the press room. The boys sat at the press conference table. We took some pictures there, and the guys they got to meet Roger Clemens, which was really
wow.
cool.
Really?
Roger was there rooting on his son Cody, obviously, and so for these two boys to meet Roger. I didn't always love him as a player. He could not have been a nicer guy yesterday. He was chatting with the kids as if they were his own sons. He was like, "So where do you guys play? You know, who's the better hitter? Which one? You know?" And he addressed both of them by name. So Roger Clemens was a super nice guy. And we saw our buddy Tom McCarthy, the Phillies play-by-play announcer for English broadcast, and Tom said to say hi to you guys.
Yeah,
He's-
Marissa said, or she sent the picture. You had a picture with McCarthy on the jumbotron.
I put it up on I put it up on Twitter, and then so the Phillies put it up on the Fanavision in between innings at one point in the game, which was really cool to see all of us on the big screen. And so it was really nice to see Tom as well.
So what? The Phils follow you on social media and they saw
I think
that?
they just see people
When
that
you tag
hashtag Ring the Bell or Red October or whatever, or maybe Tom saw it and he decided to put it up there.
A lot of events will do that. If you hashtag
Sure.
something, they'll look at the hashtags and then they'll grab some of the better photos and throw
And
them.
pop them up. Yeah, I like that.
But this is Nick McElwain we're talking about.
Yeah,
here,
come on
so-
now.
I mean,
It was a good photo.
it was right. It was really nice. And then
Ladies and gentlemen, Nick McElwain.
two more quick things. When the game ended, it was like a nice long post-game celebration. John Middleton is the best owner in sports. That guy comes out and he gets used game balls and he tosses them out into the audience. My nephews got a ball each from John Middleton, which is really, really cool. And Tommy looked at it and he goes, "Somebody famous hit this ball." So he was really fired up. And then the last thing is when we left, we were walking out towards Xfinity Live, and our old intern and current reporter for 6ABC, Brianna Gallagher, was there.
Nice.
And so Brianna was doing some post-game coverage, and she said to say hi to everybody. She's done really well for herself. She's a great reporter, and it was really cool to see her out there. So to see former Preston and Steve Show and MMR intern doing so well for 6ABC, and then she interviewed Adam, who had made the drive all the way up, and Adam was really fired up. So that apparently was on 6ABC last night, although I've not seen that coverage yet.
How funny is it we're getting so excited? Game 2 of the division
I know, dude.
the series.
I know.
And we're already
I know.
getting this fired
Well, because
up.
I think we were nervous. To tell you the
Yeah.
truth, before game one, I was like, "Well, I don't like the vibe of this city. This city is actually a little nervous from the New York Mets, and I didn't like that vibe." And
And the word was you had a right to be a little nervous.
yeah, they were the hottest team in baseball.
Yeah.
I understand that, but
And the Eagles aren't doing well.
yeah,
Like,
well,
that,
they were
there was
off
a
this
bye
weekend.
week, so like it's all the energy we have.
Yeah.
By the way, your nephews Nick and I have something in common because I got a ball from John Middleton too. Yeah, I was kind of like in the back. I was very respectful. He was making sure that every single kid there got a ball. Like he took care of everybody.
And you were like,
and then I kind of was like,
I'm only 9 years old. Hey, mister.
my friend looked at me. She's like, "Did he think you were a kid? Is that why he tossed you up?" But I
Look at
kinda-
this little girl.
Mr. Middleton.
We got to build that fan base while they're young. At what point does he come out and do that?
If they win at the end.
The end.
Yeah,
Like
but-
right away? Or
after like the on-field celebration, so like
Okay.
the players have gone back into the dugout. But the other cool thing about Middleton is like he'll walk around the entire stadium. He goes up until like the 300 level, the 400 level, sits with fans up there. He always carries around upgrades for fans. So if like they have they're up in the nosebleeds or whatever, he'll upgrade them to down low. I mean, he's there throughout the regular season. Certainly shows up in the off season or in the postseason, and not for nothing. he opened up the wallets, and they're paying this team to be really good and be competitive. So I don't think the Phillies are the Phillies without John Middleton.
And you know what's kind of funny is like before he became the majority owner, like no one really knew who he was.
Yeah, and he's the face of the franchise at this point, and the ownership group was there wasn't one for a long period of time. I mean, Mr. Montgomery was for a stretch, but Middleton is now John Middleton, and it was really cool to see him there again last night, and it was obviously cool to see it after a win.
Did you get down in advance and see some of the stuff that was going on that Brazier was telling us about?
Yeah, and that's so much fun. Again, we were lucky to have fantastic weather this weekend, so we got down. Yeah.
This weekend it was perfect. Just absolutely, we are getting very, very lucky right now.
And we friggin' deserve it. I mean, this stifling summer. But when I left the Mutt Strut on Saturday, the game was at 4, and so I left around 1:30, and you could see that backup beginning like hardcore.
Really?
Oh, even then, people had it in their blood. It was tying up everything, and I just managed to skirt around quickly. But any later, and I would have been hung up in that for quite a while. But everyone was just happy. That game did not turn out so well, but the vibe is, and it's going to get geometrically that much more because we're hungry for it, you know?
Yep, most definitely.
It'll be interesting to see what happens the next 2 days in Queens because the Mets could win 2, the Phillies could win 2, they could split and bring it back to Philadelphia for Friday. So a lot to happen, throughout the course of the next 3 games.
Well, I have another thing to celebrate. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I saw this and I wanted to mention it to you. There was a study that was done, or it was through TripAdvisor, and it is the most haunted places in the world.
Yes.
Obviously with Halloween coming up. Now, while nothing in Philadelphia landed at number 1, but number 2 on this list is Eastern State Penitentiary.
Okay. Yes.
How about that? And every other place, or the top ones, are elsewhere in the world. So number 1 is in Edinburgh, Scotland. Mary King's Close is what it's called.
Yeah.
And then number 3 is Crumlin Road, Gaol, Gaol, Gaol.
Oh, that's
in Belfast.
I believe that's the Gaelic word for jail.
For jail, okay.
Oh.
So Eastern State Penitentiary, how about that?
Back-to-back jails.
Not as a haunted house attraction, as in literally
Scary,
spooky, otherworldly, haunted.
So allow me to recount. We had a number of ghost investigations. We had the Philadelphia Ghost Hunters Alliance or Society, whatever it was. Lou Giroux was the guy who was running it, and we would go out and we would stay overnight at Fort Mifflin and all these other locations, Eastern State Penitentiary being one of them. Preston, we'd be around people who were seeing things right and left. You and I never saw a goddamn thing.
No.
But that one night, at the Eastern State Penitentiary, and you remember this, we were in the holding area from where they would send prisoners actually going to be executed. So it was kind of their, a little mini death row without being death row specifically. And they would hold the prisoners in there. And we were up there and we were recording what they call, EVPs.
Yep, electronic voice phenomenon.
Right. And so the idea is you've seen it on these ghost hunter shows. They ask questions, and if there's audio back, it will record the audio. If not, you'll basically hear on playback question after question after question. And Lou Giroux asked, do you want us here? Do you want us to be here? And we were in the room, you remember. On the playback, you hear no. And it was Mel Gibson. No, if we, right? And it's like, what in the F?
Spirits, do you want us here? Let's go.
We're sorry, we gotta go.
Yeah. So that's pretty wild. I mean,
I remember another one that had said, I'm scared. I thought I heard that.
Yes,
scared.
yeah.
Really?
And back home to Oregon.
And yes.
Yeah, because,
The inmate was from apparently
Back home to Oregon.
out west.
It was amazing.
What a shame.
There was one time I was at Eastern State Penitentiary. I was there to film an intro they were going to use for Terror Behind the Walls. And the film crew was going to be like down the hall or whatever. And they had forgot some equipment. They had to walk away. So I was in a cell.
Yeah.
One of these rundown, beat to crap. Because some parts of the place are like, it's almost like dangerous to be in, where they don't allow people to wander in. So they had let us in there to shoot this. Just because it's, some of this stuff is still crumbling.
Absolutely.
And so they left me in one of those rooms and they took off and I was by myself for a while.
How long?
I mean, 10 minutes or something like that.
No.
No, dude, it scared the hell out of me. This is in broad daylight, too. Broad daylight.
People don't realize that. So you can take the tours outside of the Terror Behind the Walls, and it is a somber, dour.
Yeah.
Because the beginning years of that prison, it was the first penitentiary, and the whole idea was every prisoner was in solitary confinement.
Yes.
Virtually no human interaction whatsoever. And what did they find out that did? That made them go stark raving
Yes,
mad.
it drove them crazy.
So,
the one time we did the ghost investigation, we were going to sleep there, and then you guys all left to go do some research somewhere, and I stayed in the middle of the rotunda all by myself.
Oh, God.
And you're looking down.
And this is midnight.
You can see, the whole purpose of that was you could see down each of the hallways.
I wasn't even tired. I just closed my eyes so I didn't see any ghosts or ghouls.
Yeah.
Wow.
It is an ominous structure, yeah.
Especially at night, man. That's something else. And they have, like I said, a lot of those spots are completely still in disrepair.
And they're letting it
freaks you out.
Because that's the idea is they're going to let it. I mean, at some point, I wonder if you're literally talking about, I mean, will they step in at any point and try to reinforce anything? Because eventually, it's going to, you're going to have nothing left.
Yeah.
Have you guys been to Alcatraz?
Yes.
No, I never have.
Steve, what'd you think?
I thought it was amazing.
I did too.
Yeah.
And I was afraid that it was going to be like cheesy and a kind of a goofy tour or whatever. But it was fantastic. And I did the listening tour, and you get a guided history of the whole place.
Nick, was Vicky your guide?
Yes.
For that?
Yes. There's just some stories that the regular tour guides won't tell you, Preston.
That's right.
Yeah.
He had what they called a bitch.
They did take turns doing something.
What you do though is when you go, you look back towards the city.
Yeah.
And we had a guide. This is many years ago. But you look across and you go, man, the guys who the attempt, who would ever attempt to cross that, only Clint Eastwood could do it.
Yeah. It was with the day that we went, it was in the summer, and it was a perfect weather day. And so you got like really cool views of San Francisco Bay and looking back at the city. I highly recommend it. It was a lot of fun.
Wow. Hang on a second. I want to go to Eric real quick.
Eric!
Jesus. Hey, wow. Eric, good morning.
You guys rock.
Thank you, bud. Says you used to work around that area?
Yeah, I actually, and I know this is unpopular, but I used to work for the parking authority.
It's all good, man. We forgive you.
And off of Fairmount Avenue, there's two streets that go down the.
We're losing you a little bit.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. So the penitentiaries is surrounded by a neighborhood, and then Fairmount Avenue on the one side, and I would have to work the penitentiary.
Oh, man.
See, the ghosts are stopping it from town.
Apparently.
Yeah.
And what would suck is not that I'd be scared. I would always get this uncomfortable around there. Like,
uncomfortable sensation. Just something.
I couldn't get away from fast enough. Like sometimes I wouldn't even mark some of the cars just to get out of there. Like it's really weird around there.
It's funny you should mention. I was talking to a police officer who kind of worked in that area, and I think the penitentiary would hire him in his off time for security. But basically, in that there's a sense of uneasiness around that area. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at that thing. Preston, we got up to the highest point. Remember, we went up to the guard tower, and we're looking out. It's wild to see. You're in this prison. You see the whole city, this vibrant city.
Yeah.
But you look down, and there's no light.
Yeah.
And it's the prison.
Yeah.
Man.
Trying to think of other places that have that you've not experienced anything per se, seen anything, heard anything yet. You just don't feel right.
Ominous, sort of weird.
What I mean?
Yeah.
I got pretty scared at. We don't have a whole lot of time to dive into all scary stories right now. But at Fort Mifflin when we did. Our little investigations there, that place made me feel uncomfortable. Now we had been they had been telling us stories, and that didn't
And you
help.
had diarrhea.
And I had diarrhea, and you know how that when you pinch and you pucker.
You see things.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel right.
The casemates, in particular, where they said they've had a lot of activity.
Yep.
And yes, I mean, I'm sorry. I always harken back to that scene in the Stephen King in Salem's Lot, the apparently the better one now, the original, where David Soul is talking about the house, and he says, "Do you think a house can be evil at its core?"
Yeah, just a place.
Yeah, and I don't know, not that Fort Mifflin is evil, but there's just a lot of pain and suffering.
Yeah. So the other locations on this, so Eastern State Penitentiary was second for most haunted hotspots in the world. Number 2, right here in Philadelphia. Number 4, I'd already mentioned the top 3.
Can I guess the 4th?
Yeah.
Nifty 50s?
No.
Oh, I was just thinking of milkshakes.
That's an enjoyable place. Bangart Fort in Jaipur, India.
A lot of forts.
St. Augustine Lighthouse.
Yes.
In Florida.
I heard that's cool.
I've always wanted to visit that.
Yeah,
I love lighthouses.
And it's the oldest city in North America, or the oldest city in the continental United States.
Okay. Number 6 is Myrtle's Plantation, and that's in Louisiana. It's a home, St. Francisville, Louisiana. Then you have the Stanley Hotel, Estes Park, Colorado.
Yeah, I've been there.
Is that the Overlook?
It's Shining, the Overlook, also Dumb and Dumber. And they do a lot of ghost tours there. Here's what I would say about the Stanley Hotel. It's cool. It's nice to visit, but boy, did they exploit the ever-living hell out of it.
That's what else would you go for? You saw Dr.
Dr. Sleep.
Yeah.
When they returned to that. Yeah, it looks great. Yeah.
All right, so my brother just moved to New Hampshire, and the ghost hunters, they bought a house called the Spalding Inn, and he just sent me this text. He goes, this is literally right next to my house. He said, a local told me that the ghost hunters sold this because Anthony found out that it was, in fact, his house that's the one that's haunted, not the Spalding Inn.
He's living in a haunted house?
My brother is moved into a haunted house.
Are you serious?
That's what he's telling me. And what's funny about that is when my mom eventually sold her house to move in with us, they wanted the first right of refusal was to my brother and his wife,
right?
And she didn't want to live there because she was too scared of the house because the house that we grew up in was built in the 1800s, and it doesn't have a basement; it's got a cellar, It definitely has some spooky vibes.
Right.
This is what an idiot I am. I don't really, believe in the afterlife.
Right.
But I would move the hell out of that house in 5 seconds.
So
if
how
someone told
can
me
you
that.
do that simultaneously?
I don't know.
I'm with you, dude.
I don't know.
I don't believe in it, but I sure
Stuff still scares me anyway. I don't get it.
I don't know conclusively. I mean, I believe certain things, but I don't know anything conclusively. So there's always, as long as there's a possibility. Listen, I don't believe there's a Bigfoot out in the woods. But if I'm out in the woods by myself, I'm going to be looking for a Bigfoot.
I know.
And it's just what happens.
All right, a couple others because we got to take a break. We got to get ready for Good Money Yet. Number 8 is the Bonaventure Cemetery. That's in Savannah, Georgia. It's a graveyard.
Welcome.
I'm just not afraid of southern ghosts. It's the northeastern ones.
You know what southern ghosts are? Southern ghosts remind you of Scooby-Doo ghosts.
Yeah. The
Those like Beauregard. The ghost of the Colonel.
Number 9 is the RMS Queen Mary. I remember hearing that. Queen Mary has been legendary supposedly to be haunted.
Do you know it's suppostly haunted as well?
Long Beach, California.
United
Wow.
States.
Yes.
The ship, yes, which is obviously going to now be a coral reef.
That's right. It'll be the first ever haunted coral reef.
Yeah.
And then last one is the Tower of London.
Yes.
We've all been in that.
Yes.
Yeah, in London, obviously. So interesting. These are the most haunted hotspots in the world, according to TripAdvisor.
Do you know the Jim Thorpe Inn is apparently one of the most haunted locations as well.
Interesting. All right, I thought that was worth sharing. We do need to take a break because we'd like to share some money with you in the form of Good Money Yet. So that is coming up in moments. And speaking of all this haunted stuff, haunted attractions at Hershey Park, they are happening. Hershey Park Halloween and Dark Nights are back. And if you would like to win a 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park, we have a special secret text trivia happening each day this week, Monday through Friday. So right now, text the word, all one word, Hershey Park, to 39333. We'll send you a trivia question. Go look up the answer. Later on, we'll ask you to call in with that answer and give those tickets away. All right, we're going to take a break and be back in just a second, so make sure you stay put. Right, Kathy?
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
When
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maud Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve Show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming, and I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with this screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. Longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing?
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one in.
Of course,
Wow, man.
of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And
was
you,
so
you
funny.
posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it, and then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all right, that looks just like me, a chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
It looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in with the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in Carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to, and the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal, your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you will see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you, because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, the 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that's paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal too, because it really, really satisfies me, because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen when it's live, man.
You get to go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours, and they're like, "Look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so you realize realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, yeah, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, had set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is because everyone make you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great as the singer and calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do the scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir and we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him and he was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti-that. Come in there and tell them, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody.
Yeah.
Well, it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky, yeah,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's just it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like
one of the best things in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know to explain it, Preston. The dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
Faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time, and I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back, and I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity is the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Max amateur hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What was talking about like the act with the arrows and all that stuff. What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's going to die?
Yeah.
What was the one where you thought this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one. Some of these that are coming up. There was a guy who was in a water tank. And I thought, he was
like the Houdini thing?
It's just like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You could tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard, man.
I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder times. Yeah. I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's
right.
It's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. First of all, how can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Mm-hmm. Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful Las Vegas act.
Right.
And that's the context,
that's
correct?
The context.
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective.
Right.
Yeah. What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see.
Right, yeah.
So, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding. And they don't care if you're under 10.
Word is trending. TRENDING. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways for you to do that. WMMR.com, the MMR app, or you can text it. The special contest short code number 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it's sponsored by Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. 5 chances for you to win each day. So this is our first one. Make sure you enter that word now. Trending, TRENDING. Good luck to you. We're going to take a look at traffic, see how we are doing this morning. Kathy, what's up so far?
We've got jam traffic on 611 between Route 1 and Cayuga Street. It looks like a closure because of police activity. This is in North Philadelphia. So 611, both directions closed because of this police activity that's happening. On the Schuylkill westbound, it's Jambear Avenue to the Vine City to Gladwin. Eastbound direction, 202 into Belmont, Montgomery to Spring Garden. 95 southbound, Heavy Cotman to the Betsy Ross Bridge. And then from the Blue Road to the Commodore Barry Bridge. The Vine eastbound slows the Schuylkill to Broad. Westbound, 95 to Broad Street. The Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill. An accident on 422 eastbound jams Oaks to Trooper. And then in New Jersey, 295 northbound, the off-ramp at Center Square exit 10 closed because of a crash. 55 northbound jams 332 to 553. That's an accident in the left lane. And the 42 freeway northbound slowing from the Black Horse Pike to 55. This traffic report brought to you by S&T Bank. Join them for Days of Delight, their feel-good campaign. We'll have you saying, this is why S&T Bank is my bank. Enjoy a free financial literacy guide. Visit them in branch or online at stbank.com for details. Member FDIC. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Real quick, I want to do a shout out. I got a few of these. I'll try to work them in through the course of the day. But this one says, hey, Preston and team. My name is Bonnie, and my husband Dan and I have been listening to your show since the Y100 days. And we even came out to the show over a decade ago. And anyway, we grew up with you, and my husband still listens to your podcast every day. His birthday is coming up on October 7th, and a shout-out would make his day. Thank you for the years of laughs. That is from Bonnie Dennis. So here's a shout-out to Dan. Happy birthday to you. Here's another one that says, hey, my daughter, Josie, would like to give a massive 30th birthday shout-out to her dad, Kyle. Kyle's a huge fan of the show, always listening to the radio in the morning on his way to work or catching up with the podcast when he's cooking or in the shower. We love you, Kyle, and we're so grateful that all of you do for our family. Love Josie, Morgan, and Junior. So this is from Morgan Dermer. A shout out for Kyle. Happy birthday to you. And I'll do one more, and then we'll do the bizarre file. It says, hey, avid podcaster here. I only get to listen for a little bit every day, just listening to this year's fall activities. Around COVID, Kathy had Quiver Farms hatching at home on the list. And we've been doing it every year since. Last year, I got the chicks for my son's kindergarten class. Since then, I've developed a relationship with the team, and Quiver donates a coupon for hatching at home towards our block party raffle for Friends of Hackett nonprofit group, which raises money for the help of the school. So if you could squeeze them a shard out, we'd appreciate it. Love all. That is from Roy Orr. So there you go. So yeah, I guess people are still doing the egg hatching stuff at home.
I mean, I really liked it. They do chicks, they do bunnies, they do ducks. I really liked the chicks. I thought that those were the
getting
best
a bunny egg and watching it hatch.
Wouldn't that be fun?
A bunny egg.
It's a miracle.
The hell?
Bunny eggs.
I did see these new ducks. Wow, I don't know if they're new, but they're new to me. They're tiny little things. They're white, and they're like, oh my god, and they don't grow to be much bigger than like.
What is the breed?
Hands.
Do you know the breed or what the?
I don't know. Whatever Instagram just sent me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, I
White ducks that stay small.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right. Well, now we can do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision. Pro Team Collision, there for all of your auto body repair needs. ProTeamCollision.com. This was sad news to see, but interesting. In Tennessee, a driver fatally struck a bear as it was attempting to eat pancakes on the side of a state highway bordering the Great Smoky Mountains National Park.
A bear eating pancakes.
He was just sitting down for a short stack and boom, gets nailed. According to the Appalachian Bear Rescue, pancakes were found on the ground
Goddamn ridiculous.
near the bear's body after someone struck and hit the animal with a vehicle. The nonprofit agency said it received a report of a bear hit on a curvy highway. Arriving wildlife officials reported its crews found the adult bear left in a spot too dangerous for curators to safely reach it. According to the agency, the stretch of road was too steep and curvy for drivers to see, and so the police chief helped crews reach the bear. Photos posted by the agency on Facebook in an effort to draw attention to the case drew both sadness and warnings. The agency said the death serves as a reminder for people not to throw their leftover food away while in forested areas.
Some scumbag did that.
So somebody discarded their pancakes, and then next thing you know, you got a dead bear on
There was
your
a
hands.
famous anchor man who threw a burrito out a window. Preston.
Yes. And a dog ended up being killed over that. Or not killed. We thought he died, yeah. A Florida man is behind bars because he accidentally shot his friend while they were, quote, standing watch outside a home because they felt threatened by someone else, according to deputies. The sheriff's office responded to a home for a shooting. When they arrived, they found a 44-year-old man suffering from a gunshot wound. Paramedics pronounced him dead, and an investigation ensued. Detectives determined that the victim and his buddy, 41-year-old David Cooker, and thought someone may be trying to harm them. So the pair stood watch outside of Cooker's sister's house.
Would work in shifts.
At some point, Cooker got into the back seat of a car where he fell asleep. The friend saw Cooker had fallen asleep, so with the help of a walker, he approached the car. He was not armed. Cooker awoke, saw a figure standing outside the window, and he decided to shoot through the car door and kill his 44-year-old acquaintance.
What can I say? I'm Cooker for Cocoa Puffs.
He just fired away. Cops arrested Cooker for manslaughter. Information such as why the two men felt threatened and the victim's name were not released.
All seems kind of vague, doesn't it?
Yes. Well, the devastation from Hurricane Helene in North Carolina and said the Southeast has left more than 200 dead, swallowed entire towns, and left thousands without power or drinking water. And now another problem has arisen from the storm, and that is yellow jackets.
No!
Severe flooding in the state stirred up colonies of the insects as their habitats were likely destroyed by floodwaters, a phenomenon that actually is fairly normal. According to the statement, it said it is normal for bees, yellow jackets, and other stinging insects to be temporarily disrupted after a hurricane. Basically, if their nest is destroyed, then they have nowhere to go back to. If they've escaped and they haven't drowned, they're going to be out and about not knowing what to do.
La-di-da-di-da-di-da. Bees!
So now you got swarms of yellow jackets around.
Yeah.
However, officials are taking the threat of these insects seriously, and they have taken measures that make sure medications like Benadryl and epinephrine will be readily available in the affected areas. The department said that we have made a large purchase of EpiPens and Benadryl and are filling requests to distribute through EMS, hospital providers, etc.
I don't know how you know, there's so many areas that still haven't been gotten to yet. I mean, the devastation is so huge.
By the way, yellow jackets are typically more aggressive than bees as they can both sting a person multiple times, but can also signal other yellow jackets to attack the same person, swarming them.
Isn't that amazing? And they will also swat you.
Officials in North Carolina are also taking steps to allow people to refill allergy prescriptions to avoid any complications.
Do you have EpiPens at the house?
No.
Yeah, when Claire started doing the bee stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is she allergic or just in case somebody else might be there? Yeah, that's a good idea. In England, a doctor worried about his inheritance disguised himself as a nurse and injected deadly poison into his victim who thought he was getting a home visit COVID booster, a court has heard.
Oh, my God.
Thomas Kwan was not injecting COVID vaccine into Patrick O'Hara, prosecutors allege, but a poison that gave O'Hara a rare life-threatening flesh-eating disease.
Oh.
Kwan is accused of attempting to murder O'Hara, his mother's long-term partner and potential impediment to him inheriting her estate. The court heard Kwan devised an intricate plan to kill 71-year-old O'Hara by disguising himself as a community nurse and injecting him with poison. And the disguise, we're looking at it now, is stupid looking. He has a horrible wig. The plan involved Kwan forging NHS documentation, disguising himself using false number plates, and booking into a hotel using a false name. Police recovered a photograph from Kwan's computer of him in disguise with a wig, beard, and a mustache.
Yes, my name is Whoopi Goldberg.
He was a successful doctor and a partner at a surgery, by the way. O'Hara did not recognize Kwan behind surgical gloves, mask, and tinted spectacles. He did not even ask for identification, shouting up to Kwan's mother that the man from the National Health Service had arrived. After a questionnaire, blood pressure test, and taking blood and urine samples, Kwan's mother came downstairs and asked if the nurse could take her blood pressure as she had come off of some medicine because of a rash.
This is like a Spirit Halloween costume that he's wearing.
He did this with his mother's oblivious to the fact that it was her own son. The jab itself caused terrible pain and prompted O'Hara to shout, "Bloody hell!" But the nurse reassured him the pain was not uncommon. As he left, Kwan's mother remarked that the visitor was the same height as her son. So the guy started feeling increasing pain and eventually went to the doctor or an emergency room where the staff assumed that the booster had been applied clumsily, but the next day he was blistered, discolored, sent him back to the hospital. Doctors were baffled, and then they eventually found out he had necrotizing fasciitis.
Oh, man.
Which can kill you.
How far did it progress?
They had to remove large portions of arm flesh, and in repeated procedures, he went weeks into intensive care.
How horrific.
Kwan had a deeply disturbing long-term interest bordering on obsession with poisons and chemical toxins and their use in killing human beings, they said.
Jeez.
When they searched his property, they found various chemicals in the garage, including liquid mercury, thallium, sulfuric acid, and arsenic. There were also castor oil beans and coffee filters. In the house was a recipe for manufacturing ricin from the castor beans. This guy was psychotic.
Insane. And he had a Keurig machine, too.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
Wow.
You won't make your own coffee?
At one stage, ricin was thought to be the poison, but a chemical expert thought a more likely candidate was iodomethane, predominantly used as a fumigant pesticide. Kwan
He has all that capability, yet he can't make a good wig.
has admitted
Right?
Kwan is admitted to charge of administering a noxious substance, but denies alternative charges of attempted murder and causing grievous bodily harm with intent. So this guy went to great lengths to try and kill this guy. So he is going to face some serious charges. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, you have roughly 2 minutes left to enter the word trending. That is our word for good money for this hour. But you got to enter that now. The word is trending. So go to WMMR.com and do it there. The MMR app, or very quickly, you can just text the word trending to 45911, but make sure that you do that now. We are going to take a quick break. We will come back in a moment. A little later this morning, Henry Winkler, the Fonz, will be joining us.
Yeah.
And also actor Jesse L. Martin. So we'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
First of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No.
It literally is someone has to go home. and that makes you tune in. But if they were like, there's really no competition, it's all exhibition, they'd be like, nobody dying here. I'm not going to watch this.
Could you imagine your life without the
the foundation that you had in sports and all that that's trained you for. I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? Why is this guy? And then I realized this guy's talented. But you said you weren't funny, or you weren't a comedian, or so on and so forth. It seems to me you okay, this is something I got to take on and tackle and work through. Sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, first of all, it was.
Yeah.
Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows. We had so much fun hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. And the sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage.
Right.
You know what I mean? And my thing is, sports is good until it isn't.
Yeah.
It's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they cause these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them.
Right.
But my deal is, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good.
Yeah.
And sports can be very, very good, but if it's used in the wrong way, man, you will end up miserable.
I believe it. One of the things, speaking of being talented, that we really weren't aware of was your artistic ability. And it was one of the, before even sports, right? I mean, you were, you sketch and painting, and were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here.
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow. I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good.
Oh.
And why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it is you have to be fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to understand too, for me, I would have went the whole art route. But no one was going to pay for that. Starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists. Yeah. I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare.
Right. They're celebrated after they found
Oh, yeah. You've been dead 30 years. They're like, well, now he gets the million.
Do you create every day?
Yeah.
Do you?
I sketch all the time.
Okay.
Sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces.
Okay,
faces,
but sketching
people.
over painting and all that.
Oh yeah, I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do, and that's how I survived.
Wow.
They would be like, "Man, you pretty good, man. $5,000." But you know what? I would.
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught.
Wow.
But I would literally trick the guys. I would be like, "Man, you need a painting. Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you." Yeah, you're right, man. Here's $5,000. Flattery. Thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty too.
Oh yeah, left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And it was wild. Some of the most talented people in the world, and they were sitting there. And these guys had degrees from everywhere, and I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go.
Right.
And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But this is what we do in life.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying. Right. Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just
good.
begin.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude, if you start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnotize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's
yes.
Like, it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also sort of a cheat. You know.
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
Just, I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Okay.
Wait, I'm all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, I understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do, and I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed. Mm-hmm. The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you have to me, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. So she's in 8th grade, and she's having the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater, and it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody loves each other, and it's just so positive. But she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content, we need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, hey, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they would call me? They were like, "Why you play the flute?" I was like, "I'm bigger than you. I can bench more than you. So what? So now what?" And they were like, "Yeah, you know, you're right."
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just,
I mean, it's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti thing is about, man.
Yeah,
and it's like, put it on canvas and sell it.
Yeah, I just think of like, okay, math and science. But you go to somebody's home now, they don't have microscopes hanging on the wall. You know what I mean? No, they got like, hey, like I play the guitar for, so, math and science, I don't necessarily, if that's not what you're going to do, you're not going to take that wherever you go, unless, listen, my brother's a chemist. He's a scientist. My sister's a math
and
teacher.
that's fine.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not knocking it. But,
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying make it more equal.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And we would be remiss if we didn't throw some love to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Love it.
Casey and I are huge fans of the show. NBC gave you the new home, which is very cool, which is wonderful. The show was on the brink of going away and came back, and it is I think one of the sharpest ensembles on television. You're a revelation on the show, as is Andre Brower, who just unbelievable. So everything, you're up and running.
Yes. Season 7 starts February 6th. We already have been picked up for season 8.
Nice.
That's the vote of confidence, man.
Why do you think it works
8
so well?
seasons. It's crazy.
Why do you think it works so well?
Because we love each other, man.
Yeah.
And this is the greatest thing ever. One thing I'm gonna preach right now.
Yeah.
Competition is the opposite of creativity. The opposite. We do not compete with each other as a cast.
Right.
When you see a show fall, it's usually because the actors or somebody within there is competing with each other, and it causes the thing to blow up out of nowhere. We literally are all operating on our own levels, creating and encouraging each other. We are a true family, man. I don't know what else to say.
And everyone gets their moment. And also, you allow the self-deprecation, the stuff that they have you doing is hilarious.
I love it.
And again, a lot of people forget, out of the gate, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was sort of the sweetheart. It won, I think, a Golden Globe for Best Comedy Series and so on and so forth. And then suddenly I'm like, what the F? This show is great, and why are they getting rid of it for? Now, this far into it has got to be the ultimate, acknowledgement. And also that when you have a fan base, you talk about the connection to the fan base, that actually was vocally going after making sure the show came back.
Well, I got something to say. When you're talking about Nielsen ratings, that's that 18 to 35 and the whole thing. But just as the deal, and you want to talk about math and science, if you really want to get a good gauge on what people are watching, you need a bigger pie. But the Nielsen is literally only...
A nice day today, going up to about 74 degrees and sunshine, 70 the next couple days. We're going to cool off by the time we get to Thursday, but... Man, have we been getting some good weather in this fall. I am really enjoying, especially those who went to the games this weekend.
Beautiful blue sky on Saturday, not a cloud in the sky, crisp air.
Yeah.
And, a little bit of a breeze that cools you off when things get too hot. Glorious. I mean, I could take this year round.
Yeah, I got up early yesterday. I actually went for a jog, Preston. I was thinking about you. I'm like, okay, don't do too much.
I can't run anymore.
I know. So I just kind of went for a little baby jog.
You ran for Preston.
I ran for Preston.
Yeah.
And, but by the end of it, because it was a little bit crisp, you felt that crisp feeling in your lungs.
Did you have a crisp heart attack?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this is great. It's such a crisp heart attack. So refreshing.
Well, enjoy.
Speaking of which, I went to go get a cheesesteak after my heart test on Friday.
Oh, yes. Right.
I went to Angelo's, parked my car, almost hit a lady while I was parking the car.
Awesome.
No, it was great because she walked in when I was backing up, and then she kind of yelled at me, and I apologized. And then she kind of yelled a little bit more, and I said, I've already said I'm sorry. I go, I really am sorry, so can we just leave it at... And then I went to Angelo's, and they were like, oh, it's going to be an hour. I was like, I don't have that kind of time.
I should have run over it.
Yeah.
All right. I know we're going to talk about something else, but to piggyback on someone who's like yelling at you as if it's your fault type of thing, I was in Delaware yesterday, and I'm going on a covered bridge. It clearly says yield to oncoming traffic. I am 3/4 of the way through the covered bridge, and some guy in a truck comes up the other way and pulls all the way up to the beginning of the covered bridge. There's nowhere for me to go.
Yeah.
And he starts gesturing for me to move over.
Right.
And I'm like,
where?
I'm like,
Where?
dude, it says yield to oncoming traffic, you goddamn moron.
Yeah.
And by the way, I was on the phone with Rochelle at the time, so it's on my hands-free, through the car. And I'm saying, I should be home around it. It says yield, you stupid son of a bitch. And that's how I immediately escalated that. I'm like, oh my God, I wanted to get out and throttle this guy.
So, Casey, was it an unaccepted apology on this lady's behalf?
No, we ended up actually kind of
Making
hashing.
love.
Well, no. We kind of hashed it out because she went back a little, and it was just the way I said it. I've said I'm sorry.
Right.
It was unintentional, and then I was trying to figure out if I could park where I was going to park because there was a fire hydrant on the other side of the corner. So I was like, do you think I can park here? And she's like, I would say you can, and blah, blah, blah. And so then that was that. And then I go,
You became friends.
And
you
then
bonded over the fire hydrant.
Then I said, and just so you know, I'm like, I really am sorry. I didn't see you when I was backing up. And she goes, no, it's both of our faults. I'm like, you're goddamn right it is. 60% yours, 40% mine.
I just can't stand when you offer up a sincere apology and somebody's like, no, I'm not going to accept this. You're still wrong, and I'm going to be mad at you. And like, listen, I've said I am sorry at this point.
I think in some instances, we as humans have been kind of conditioned to, I must be angry now. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And not look at it and go, oh, they're apologizing. They didn't mean to do that. They made a mistake, and they're admitting that. And you should go, okay, I understand.
Yeah, I think it's worse.
But be more careful next time. No.
It's worse in the Northeast, though. I mean, like if you're, if you're doing that apology somewhere in like St. Louis, people are going to be like, oh, okay, no worries.
Well, we're going to talk about something where a little bit different than that. About generosity, actually, is what this next subject is about. Because Kathy had this thing that occurred when you were, I think your nail tech, you were getting your nails done.
It wasn't being generous on purpose.
I know, not on purpose.
No.
But
It's the most beautiful kind of generosity, the unintended kind.
I had something similar happen as well to me. So share what occurred.
So I went to get a pedicure. I went with my friend.
That's on your feet, right?
She can't ever go get a pedicure by herself. She needs somebody to talk to. So we always go together. She's a chatter. She talks, so we're talking the whole time. We're laughing, whatever. And we, our toes are now dried and when we get up to leave. And so we're going to pay and she's still talking to me. So I'm like half paying attention to what I'm doing, half listening to her. And so I wanted to get the tip ready for my nail girl. And I had like 5s, some 1s, and then I had a stack of 20s, right? So I put the 5s and the 1s together so I could give her a $10 tip. And then I had the stack of 20s with I think a 1 wrapped around it. Like I had an extra 1, right? So I hand the lady the tip and I leave and I'm driving home and I get halfway home and my phone rings and I see it's the nail salon and I'm like, well, this is weird. Clearly I left something. I'm like, oh, I have my Stanley cup. I have my purse. What did I leave? And so I answer and she was like, come back. You left money here. And I was like, what? And she goes, you tipped too much. And sure enough, as soon as she said that, I knew. I'm like, I gave her the wrong stack. And I looked in my purse and I had that other stack. And so I went and they swapped out. I had given her $90.
Did you end up tipping her extra?
I did. I tipped her a little bit extra. Yeah, because I forget what I gave her.
That's very cool, that they would do that.
I know, that's what I said. I was like, thank you so much. And they almost like, they were like, yeah, here, like just swapped it out. Didn't even they weren't even I thought laugh at me, something, but they were just like, here you go. You made a mistake. And, yes, it was very nice that they called me to tell me.
Well, I had something similar happen not that long ago. I was we were at the shore and Kathy, I did the Car Star karaoke.
Yes.
Lulu is the driver. Lucia, she's awesome. There's a character and a half. And she had picked us up, taken us to Cape May, and we're singing songs and partying and having a good time. And so it's like a ride share thing. And I was I think the appropriate tip would have been like $7-8 or whatever it was. But I was going to tip her $20 because we had so much fun and it was cool for her to come. Yeah. And so I give the tip and I'm going through my wallet and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to give you 20. And I hand the money over. And then we go and we're sitting at dinner and then I got a call from her. She's like, you gave me a $50 bill. And I was like, and it wasn't like she thought it was a tip because she heard me say, I'm going to give you 20 bucks. And so she knew.
Oh,
and it contacts us. And we were already at dinner. So my friend Lori ran out and got the 50 back from her. And I guess swapped out the 20.
Thank you so much. I'm going to buy my medicine with this.
No. But that leads to the question of if you get an ultra big tip and you know it's an accident, do you fess up and try to find that person?
That is an interesting conundrum. Proper protocol would be if it's something that appears outlandish, that you should at least surprise them of that and let them tell you, no, I meant to give you $90 for my pedicure.
For my pedicure.
Right. But in that case, I think I have not ever been in a job where I was tipped.
Yeah, me either.
So I don't know, and it always seems kind of weird anyway.
I never really thought about that. No, I've never worked.
Yeah.
I mean, even when I worked in restaurants, I was always in the kitchen and we didn't get squat.
Did you deliver ever?
Pizza.
The pizza place?
Yep. Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep. I did pizza delivery. Oh man.
But they never tipped you.
One time, no, there was a guy who I showed up and he made me break 100 for like a $15 thing, and then he gave me like $1 tip or something like that.
You're like, bro.
And I wasn't saying anything, but there was a guy standing next to him. He's like, dude, Joe, what are you doing, man? You see, he broke 100 for you. Give him at least $5 or whatever. And then, no, this is the tip. And he yells back to whoever else was in the apartment, hey, Joe's being a tight ass again. Which was pretty funny.
I worked at the Dilworth Town Inn in college. I did the coat check, remember, because I couldn't handle being a cocktail waitress. And we would get, ridiculous tips because it was all these rich people coming in to have dinner, and they would drink throughout dinner, and then they would come out so I don't know if you really didn't know if you were being over tipped or they were just being generous or what the hell it was. But they also were like throwing it into, we had like a little
a jar,
and they would throw it in, but you would see, 50s, hundreds
for your coat.
A few coats.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Kath, my sister and brother, my older sister and brother both worked at the same restaurant. It's called the Engle Nook in Swarthmore. My sister was a waitress and my brother worked coat check. Routinely, my brother, because my parents were like, this is not fair, they would make him tip her out because he would come home with like $100 in tips and she'd come home with like 20 and she wouldn't.
I didn't realize a coat check was such a lucrative position.
Yeah.
At a restaurant like that.
Yeah.
By the way, with the tip jar thing, when you are placing the tip, and let's say where it's not just a one-on-one encounter, maybe there's a couple of people working back there or whatever, and the person that is helping you, do you use any visuals to make sure that they see you putting the tip?
I've had that. I've had that fail so often that I will do this. Is this tip jar for you? I'll ask.
So
I'll ask.
know.
So I'm like, I want to make sure you know I'm giving you a tip.
Yeah, but if they don't see it, then you can tip less because they don't,
Well, but if you are at, because Chuck we were talking about this, if you are at, say, like a wedding and it's an open bar and you want to make sure.
Yes.
Right.
You get your preferential treatment.
I'll give a super nice tip at the beginning and then come back. So I'm not always pulling out cash. Here, I'm going to set you up and say thank you for your service. I appreciate it. It's hard to do this.
Yeah.
You know me. I'm a good tipper. But I want it to be acknowledged so you're not coming back every time and going, what was my tip? No, I already did.
Casey and Kathy, do you guys remember the biggest tip you guys ever got at a restaurant or serving or whatever?
It wasn't substantial enough for me to go, oh man, that guy tipped me $100.
$4.
Well, around the holidays, I worked at this place that used to be called Brew Moon. I don't even know what it is anymore in the King of Prussia Mall. But anyway, it was a restaurant in the mall. And Steve, one time it was just rounded up $100 tip.
Wow.
And it was just like, I remember it vividly and looking down on it and thinking, well, this must be a mistake. This is the way I deserve this. But it was because it was like, December 21st or something like that.
It's wonderful. I mean, you can see, I love that, when somebody gets really excited or someone has made the meal by being such a good server, if you can do it.
My main memory of Brew Moon was I one time ate what I thought was an edamame, but it was actually a ball of wasabi.
Oops. And how'd you tip after that one?
That was
fun. Nick, I don't remember exactly how much, but I think it was at least $100, if not more, for his coat. But it was the man that founded Hollywood Tans came into the Dilworth Town Inn. And and he was leaving and he was like throwing, and it wasn't like $100 bill. He just kept throwing money into the jar. And he was like, she did a really good job. And he was joking because I handed him a coat. But yeah, that was who gave me the biggest tip.
You think Mr. Hollywood Tans is still throwing out $100 tips? They still exist?
Yeah, I think so.
Do they?
Yeah.
God, I don't even like tanning salons.
You don't see them like you used to see them. Now they're all skin cancer treatment places.
I'm going to go to Todd. Hi, Todd. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning to see you.
Good morning, Todd. What's up, bud?
So I used to work at a men's clothing store for legal reasons. I won't say the name.
Okay.
I had a customer come in one time, and he was buying a whole bunch of suits, needed a whole new wardrobe, sizing and everything, and spent a fair amount of money. And at the end of it, we weren't working on commission, but he wanted to give me something, wanted to give me a tip. Thought he was giving me a 20, ended up giving me a $100 bill. And on his way out, I said something to him, and he said, "Oh, crap, didn't mean to do that. The hell with it, just keep it."
Wow. Yes.
I was absolutely floored. Like, it's $100. Just dropped a fair amount of money. Like, really? And yeah, he was cool about it. Just let me keep it.
Yeah, because I wonder
That's
that
nice.
There's a level of also you don't want to be. It's like the you're embarrassed a little bit too. Oh, thank you. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah. All right, thanks, Todd. Hang on, I want to go to Amanda, who worked as a waitress. Hi, Amanda. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning to see you, Amanda. What's up?
So when I was in college, I worked at the local diner by my house when I came home. And one day, a kid that I went to school with came in. I served him, and his bill was like really small because he only got coffee and a piece of cake or something like that. And he went up and paid, and my manager called me over after he left. She goes, "Oh, he left this tip for you. Do you know him?" And I was like, "Yeah, I went to school with him." He left me more than like what the bill was. The bill was.
Okay.
And I reached out to him. I was like, "Hey, was this an accident?" And he goes, "Oh, no, that's because I bullied you in school, and it's my apology."
Whoa. That's pretty cool.
Oh, my goodness.
That's pretty nice.
How did you feel about that, Amanda?
I was kind of like shocked because I got bullied a lot in school.
Aw.
And it was just like, okay, didn't expect this to happen.
Wow.
Did it make you feel better about that guy?
It did.
Okay.
Did you say I was bullied a little bit more than this?
I mean, I would have, but I was just like in shock still. I was like, okay, this is odd. But I was like, I accept the apology. Like, thanks.
Wow.
Right. Yeah, well, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. That is very interesting.
Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate it. I wonder if I didn't bully anybody, but how, if I encountered someone and they were working that you treated poorly, if you would
dine and dash?
No.
No, I think you were.
compensate.
You're definitely.
It continues.
You're more inclined to tip more than 20% if you know the person. If you like, not because you're a regular at the restaurant, but because you have a history with said server.
Yeah.
Right.
I banged your mom.
Something like that.
Here's a thing.
You leave a little note. You leave $200
I
a
banged
note
your
saying,
mom.
I banged your mom.
This is hooker wages.
I'll go to Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy. You are on the air. Good morning.
Jimmy.
What's up, bud?
I'm going to take a flamethrower.
Yeah, you are.
Wait, where's that?
Hang on, where is it?
I
Hold on.
take a flamethrower to this place.
What's up, bud?
So back in like the early 90s, I worked at a casual dining place. Flair was required.
Would people be very happy that it was Friday there?
Yeah, absolutely. So I used to work like the swing shift. So like typically at the end of like lunch rush at 2, which was pretty packed, and then it would lull, there'd be a lull where it would like die down to like 2 or 3 tables, maybe an hour or so until like 5 o'clock. Anyway, this guy was in there for lunch who owned the jewelry store in the area. And he was like 60, and he was in there with a girl that was like probably 25.
Okay.
And she orders lunch, and he's ordering drinks, and they're there, whatever. And they're just getting a couple of refills over the course of the next hour or so. $40 check, and then like it's about 2:00, and the guy asks for the check. I drop it. It's like $40. He gives me 100. I bring him back the change, and he's like, "Oh, keep it." I'm like, "Oh man, sweet." This was at a time where you would make $100 a shift. Was pretty good,
Yeah. Right.
So he ends up sitting, even though he paid the check. He stayed another hour and a half, 2 hours, and then when he was leaving, he's getting up and he like gives me like a knowing wink. I think he was just trying to close the deal, And he gave me another 100 on the way out the door.
Wow. So he gave you like $160?
Yes. I think he was trying to buy my silence.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
If anyone comes here, I was never here.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I didn't think about it that way.
Yeah. Or did your flares say, "I love over tippers"?
Yes, it did.
Wow. That's cool.
Leave me
Thanks.
in the bathroom.
Right. All right. Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate it.
Wow.
Bud. Let me see. Here's some really good over tipping stories coming in. What do you like, 8 or 7? Guys?
I was going 7.
Yeah.
Let me go to 8 first, and then I'll go to 7. Hi, Bill. You're on the air, bud.
Whoa.
Whoa. What's happening, Bill?
So I've been bartending off and on for about 13 years. I used to work in the Atlantic City airport. I was a wedding bartender for years and years, and it's really good money. You can get random $100 bills here and there off the nice drunken individuals, but it's really kind of hard to live also too. So
Yeah. So you don't mind, like, if you know that, all right, this dude just tipped me a ton of money, but he's wasted. You don't mind that?
it depends on the circumstance. If I'm at a wedding and somebody's really like kind of sloppy, and I try to be, hey guy, look, I've been doing good all night, and before they kind of like walk away, you have that chance.
Right.
But then there's also like, let's just say I was at a restaurant and I was working tables, and somebody then at that point, and they're intoxicated. You have the moment to kind of pull your person aside, or you're like, this is my guy. They come to me every week. I'm not saying anything. I live off this.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. What's the biggest one you ever got, Bill?
So there was at one point in time I had at least a $250 tip from one individual specifically at a wedding.
A $250 tip from and you're working the bar?
You're working the bar,
Jeez.
and what you're doing is you're doing good at the bar, but then at the end of the night, the owner comes up to you, or no, the person, the parents, the people who said,
Yeah.
you did great, made sure we had a great party, and then at the end you get that bonus tip at the end.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Exactly. So you're doing great all night. People are dropping those fives, and like you were saying, Steve, I'm a big fan of going to the wedding and you show your presence. Hey, here I am. I got a tip. But then I'm a big fan of also at the end having that little bit of a bonus tip. If they did come back to me, if they did appreciate it.
Absolutely. Like my wife worked in the, as a waitress for a long time. And so when we'll go to weddings or whatever, and the people who are like busting our table or working, we'll tip them as well. Mm-hmm. Because even though I know that they're being taken care of, on one level, they've also made things nice for us, and you want to acknowledge that. So, yeah, there's a lot of work involved.
Yeah.
A $10 bill can change somebody's day. You think
Yep.
a couple bucks an hour, a $10 bill is now $1 an hour raise for somebody who doesn't make a lot of money.
Absolutely.
All right, Bill. Thanks, man. Do you ever watch the show Life Below Deck?
I've seen the teasers for it.
A big part about it at the end. This is the ship's crew for
Right.
private cruises. At the end, a big deal is when they come and they pay, and then they give them their tip,
Right.
And that's when the crew like goes crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Because sometimes they get like these really over the top tips.
The notion of being, and I've seen my wife come home, after working a big affair for this is years ago when we were just dating, and get stiffed essentially. It's like it's so rude.
Yeah, when I did the Grand Canyon trips, what I didn't know the first time is that you're expected to tip the river guides at the end of the trip, and I mean you're in the Grand Canyon. There's no reason to have any cash on you.
Right,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? So luckily my cousin at the time had money, but I mean you're supposed to tip like 10% of what the trip costs. Now
I give you my mouth.
But my friend knew about this because he went on elk hunting trips in like New Mexico, and it's the same thing for that. Like when you have to go out into like the wild, and you have a guide that's showing you the way, like you are supposed to tip them at the end of the trip, like 10%.
Anytime you have a guide, Anytime you have camp counselors, you should tip them at the end of the summer. When I did Kilimanjaro, it was 12 years ago at this point, but those guides live off of that, and they ended up making several $1,000s, and that's in a relatively poor economy in the middle of Tanzania. So like for them to get that much money from 7 people just within our camp, it changes their lives and for the positive.
Kilimanjaro. You guys ever had the situation where you are supposed to tip and you don't have the money?
I have anytime.
I mean, this is like pre-Venmo and whatever. You're like, dude.
You say you'll be back?
Yeah. Holding it. What's that?
I'll be back.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But not today, for whatever reason.
Eventually.
If our paths ever cross.
I've had it happen before.
I drove back to the car wash to tip the guys that dried the car because I had nothing. And I was like, I'll be back. He was like, yeah. Okay, don't worry about it. He's like, you're here all the time. Don't worry about it. And I drove back and gave it to him. And he completely forgot, had no idea who I was. He was like, did you just go through the car wash? I was like, I was here like 20 minutes ago. Remember I said I would come back? He was like, oh, yeah. I was like, I'm not coming back next time.
I was at the car wash on Saturday, and this woman who seemed very sweet, but was almost tipping in an insulting way, like she's going, I'm going to give you $2, and I'm going to give you $3 because you do more. And she's like breaking down
really
the tasks that they were. This is a $2 tip because of but you're a $3. And the people are like, holy Jesus, forget it. Don't even tip.
Let me go to this call. This is LG. This sounds interesting. LG, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. What's up?
So I had been bartending for about 17 years, and I was bartending and doing a sommelier position in the Upper West Side. This gentleman would come in, sometimes bring a lot younger dates, and I guess try to get lucky.
Yeah.
And he would order very expensive bottles of wine. So with one date, she ended up walking out, and he was just hanging out at the bar, not in a good mood. He didn't like the attitude of one of the other sommeliers, so he decided to order the bottles from me. So he's buying like $300-400 bottles, taking one glass and giving the bottles away to the other people at the bar. He's just not in a good mood. And he decided to get back, I guess, at one of the sommeliers and tip me $500.
So you got a revenge tip.
Yes. However, he wasn't aware that it was a house pool. Everybody shared the tips.
Oh, man. Wow.
But he was, and then he would write the tip, and then he picked it up and showed it to the other sommelier. He's like, "Look, I'm giving your friend money and not you."
Right. I wonder if there are instances where, if you have a situation like that and you're the customer, if you can maybe pull the manager aside and say, "Look, this money is for that person and that person only."
People have tried that, at least in the places I've worked at, but in the end, we all share it.
Yeah, policy dictates.
It's always going to be pool. If it is a pooling policy, they're always going to stick to it because I guess the assumption is at one point or another, everyone might encounter that deal, and so it's not fair, right?
Was the other sommelier a jerk?
No, because she got a part of it as well. And then,
But was she legitimately being a jerk to this guy?
No, she wasn't. She was trying to explain where the wine was coming from, and he just had a poor attitude.
Oh, okay. Well, then she deserved it. She deserved some money. So, all right.
And then separately, I worked at an Eagles bar in New York City, and when we won the Super Bowl, when the tips came out, the entire crew got about $1,500 each.
Wow! $1,500.
Damn!
It's amazing.
For the Super Bowl win, and it was that bar was packed.
Yeah, so hopefully they'll keep winning the Super Bowl.
Good for you. Yeah. For
They should
LG.
always do that.
Alone. All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, always do that. Yeah.
Let me see. There's another one that. By the way, Hollywood Tans was founded in 1994 by Ralph Venuto Sr. Kathy.
Okay.
There you go.
That's the one that gave you that awesome tip.
It was Ralph.
Preston, I know you haven't hit the tables for a while, but when you would, be Mr. Devereaux and be at the casinos, would you always tip your dealers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even if you lose. I don't know. I'm asking because I don't know what the protocol is.
Yes. When you were cashing out and you were done, throw them something.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about your cocktail waitress?
No, Nick, if I sit down at the table with $100 and I walk away from the table with less than $100, he gets nothing.
Okay.
Or she gets nothing. I also don't like tipping mid-play. Because oh man, I just had a really good hand and I just let's say I won $40. I'm not going to give you $5 because in 10 minutes I could be out that $40 anyway.
Is there a customary way of doing it?
For me personally, it is when I'm leaving that table, am I up? If
Okay.
I'm up, then I'll throw you a buck or two.
And
or
Steve
five
asked
or
about
whatever.
the servers. Like, will you tip
Cocktail
coming
waiters.
around too?
I mean, I haven't gotten a cocktail at a casino in so long.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
You definitely tip them because there's no charge for the booze.
Right.
So
What about the jerky porters? The people
I
putting
never
cotton
really,
on each?
like Casey, I didn't indulge. I'm going to go to Ryan. Hey, Ryan, morning, bud.
Hey, Carson Daly's a tool.
Yes.
What's up, man?
Hey, so years ago, we were down at the casinos, and my friend's dad, both my friend and his dad, rest in peace, but he had won a little bit of money, not a lot, but he decided to tip the waitress. He thought he was tipping her $6, a 5 and a 1, and he accidentally gave her $100 and a $5 bill.
Wow.
And she scurried away like a cockroach because they realized right away.
Yep.
Yeah. So, didn't get it back.
Listen, I would could see that if you had you're constantly surrounded by drunk people, you're probably getting caught a little bit or whatever, and you get a tip like that, you may not bring it to their attention.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. All right. Well, sometimes it happens. It's an accident. You give the wrong bill and you're not paying attention or whatever. And on occasion, like in both Kathy and I had the same situation where the person was like, you need to come back here. You gave me too much. Clearly you didn't mean to do
Very
this.
noble.
Very admirable.
Yeah,
very
absolutely. So apologies to those. I like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and everyone who was on hold and whose call I did not get a chance to take. But we do appreciate your phone calls and your contribution. We need to take a break because we have a couple of guests lined up. When we return, Henry Winkler, the Fonz, joining us on our show, as well as the wonderfully talented Jesse L. Martin on the program. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Yeah. So wait a minute. I'm going, hey. But let me tell you what happened. The internet.
Yeah.
The internet spoke for us. They literally went nuts. And they got like 100 million people saying, wait a minute. Why did you cancel this show? And for NBC to pick us up, man, and to give us the love.
Yes, yeah.
To give us that kind of love. What can I say? And now you're talking about in an era where you get maybe 10 episodes and they call it 2 seasons. You know what I mean? We're well over 170 episodes. I mean, literally in the can.
A good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, has appeared on the show as well.
Kate's great.
And everyone that goes through, it's just nothing. It's just great things about the environment on the show. I also have to bring up the fact you were in Deadpool 2.
Yes. For a second. That was a big troll. We trolled everybody on that one.
What was that like? Because he is so talented, Ryan Reynolds.
Oh my God.
And we get the impression that there's just a lot of free lines going on right and left. What was the experience like working on that?
It was an amazing experience because I love Ryan, but the big thing was the trick was we were going to troll everybody.
Yeah, and you did.
Because I knew instantly that I was going to die right away. Okay, but so I went on a whole press tour. You got it. But see, this is the thing. Fanboys deserve that.
Yeah.
Because they go out of their way to figure it all out. I already know. You know what I mean? I got the spoiler.
Doesn't that take the enjoyment out of it?
Oh, they want to.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, we got something for you. You should have seen at the premiere. They were like, hey, what is going on? No.
I mean, because everyone dies.
Oh, and Ryan knew that. And Ryan was like, he's the smartest guy ever. He's like, he actually gave them a real surprise.
Right, yeah.
Because they thought for sure that Terry Crews is finally in a Marvel movie. What the hell's happening? And it was so good, dude.
Ryan's ahead of the game with he's a few steps ahead of everybody else with the joke. You know?
He is.
He knows where the joke is going before you know where the joke is going.
He's amazing.
Well, he's a perfect example of taking, because the first appearance of Deadpool was in a substandard. I mean, listen, it was okay, but he knew that it should be something, and he stuck with the project for years.
Yes.
And would not relent.
Yep.
But you gotta listen. First of all, there's two people you can't imagine, as any other thing. There's Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Dude, there's nobody else that can take that spot.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's the ultimate. Like, this is where I want to be. I want to be irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I want to be like you got to get Terry Crews, or you you're missing it. And that's my goal. Like in everything that I do, I want it to just be me, and that's what the ultimate in creativity is. You know what I mean? And when you got Ryan, when he created that character, he made it his. I can't even see it any other way. It was an honor.
Well, I think now you can say we need a Terry Crews type, and people know exactly what you're looking for. So you've reached that. Any shot of you returning? It has, because it's happened before, as in the Marvel universe or DC.
I would love to.
Yeah.
I would love to. In fact, when you look at Deadpool, I didn't die. I was literally on life support at the end. I was laying on the ground. They were pumping my chest.
It's true.
Beep, beep. So anything can happen.
I'd love to see that.
I'm open to all of it because I can.
Yeah.
My deal is to always keep people surprised. I like to pop out of your cereal box. You know what I mean? Like, what is he doing? What is this? I literally, because this is the thing. Everyone had me at this kind of career.
Yeah.
And my deal is, you know, you can do anything. I want to show people I exist to show you what's possible. And that's for real.
Well, but the truth of the matter is whenever we see you, and this is the ultimate compliment, we know it's going to be a good time. You're in so many things that we enjoy. That, you know, in our microcosm here, when people say, like, when they listen to the show and it gets into a tough time or something, that's the ultimate compliment. You're that exponentially with so much that you do in those projects. That's got to be, you know, that's got to be so fulfilling.
But this is why, again, growing up in Flint, Michigan, and the whole log line was, you're going to hate your life. So, you know, you got to get ready to make the sacrifice right now. You know, and I was like, no. I am only going to do what I love.
Yeah.
If I make a little bit of money, fine. But I'm only going to do what I love. But you know what happens? Everything I'm doing now, I would do for free. I'll be honest with you. I'll do AGT for free. I would do Brooklyn Nine-Nine for free. But what happens is when you love it that much, they pay you a lot of money.
Well, that is the advice I tell our interns. Or my father, both Preston and I fathers gave us the same advice. If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
Right.
And you will naturally excel at it because you will invest the time in it. And with that will come the reward.
Dude, I feel like I am playing all the time. I'm just at play. And when I get there, it's like, my God, who gets this? Who gets this? You know what I mean?
Well, you deserve it, man.
It's
You really
wonderful.
do.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. America's Got Talent, Mondays, 8 o'clock, and it's the Champions that's going on right now.
Yeah.
So make sure that you check out it. Dude, we've loved you here. Last time you were here, we absolutely loved it. You got to come back anytime you're in Philly. We love having you here.
I love coming
You're
here,
such a
guys.
positive energy force. So.
First of all, you know, when people talk about this stuff too, you know, people kind of there's people who like roll their eyes, like, yeah, Mr. Positive. But first of all, it's true.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything that's not true. No. And this is the deal. Because what's happening is your brain is like, it grows weeds. You know what I mean? And you constantly got to pluck that junk out.
Yeah.
All the crap, all the little stuff, all that mess. You got to always, this is why you have to clean your house. This is why you have to dust all the time. Because if you leave it there, it's going to get dirty and it's going to get messed up. So this is the part of being positive, is reminding myself what's true, what's real. Like, it is up to you. You can do it.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And it's not hyperbole. It's not, oh, man, we're pie in the sky. This is for real stuff, man. I don't want anybody to mix it up and think that I'm just like blah, blah. Woo,
No,
woo.
we firmly believe in what you're saying, creative visualization, seeing the prize and going after it. People who dispense and dismiss it will pay the price for it. And there's so much to be gleaned if you allow yourself to buy into it and move forward, because ultimately everyone wants everyone to realize their optimum, their maximum, and that's something that you can achieve.
I'm with it, man.
It's not just crap.
I'm with it.
I love
Let's
it.
go. I'm pumped now. Let's work out again. I don't want to be your whore.
Perfect segue. Let's hear it for Terry Crews. Love you, man. Thanks for being here. Terry Crews.
TV, they have billboards in the city now, and they're promoting the Flintstones are on at like 6 or 6:30 every night.
I know, it's crazy.
I know, it's so stupid that we're watching recanned show, but MeTV does it well. They do the Flintstones into the Honeymooners. I always hated the Honeymooners, but I loved the Flintstones, and they're the same show. Basically.
It's the same show. Yeah.
But I didn't like the honeymoon because Ralph Cramden was an a-hole.
Yeah.
He just
Alice, I'm gonna beat you to death with a hammer.
Right. That's kind of what the implication. I mean, to the
If
moon.
my dinner isn't on the table at 5:30, I'll punch you in the throat until you die.
Yeah. To the moon essentially was that. I'm going to punch you to the moon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ah, the good old days.
I'm going to throw you down the stairs and beat you with a sack of oranges. To the moon.
They loved
but
it.
not before I strangle you and rub a hot iron across your face. Then I'm going to cover you in pork chop sauce and put you into a pit with rabid dogs.
Wow.
I'm going to cut you up so bad you'll never be able to have children.
Oh, my God.
I'll remove your breasts with a wood planer. To me, it was so depressing, too, because they had their clothing was in a bureau in the kitchen.
Well, they were poor. I mean, they were just making ends meet. But
I mean, there's
Desi Arnaz used to beat his wife too, because I remember she spent too much. She spent too much money on like hats or something like that. And there was an episode he bent her over his knee and spanked her.
Oh, and there was another episode one time, Casey. I kid you not. She had done something that was going to piss him off, so she decided to go and get a sunburn so that he wouldn't hit her. Jesus.
Oh my
That's
God.
what television programming was. Lucy, I'm going to throw you down the elevator shaft. Lucy, I'm going to take your back, tie you to the dumpster, and drive the car into you. Ricky.
1950s programming,
Wow.
man.
I'm going to cut your head off.
That's ridiculous.
Columbia necktie. Break your legs.
See, but the audience ate it up, though.
They loved it.
You know?
There was an episode of Different Strokes where Arnold got in trouble, and Mr. Drummond, because he wasn't his actual father,
put him in a wood chipper?
No. They brought his uncle in to beat him with a belt. I'm not lying. That's like that was a legit episode.
Storyline.
Yeah. Here, get the switch over here. Get your uncle.
I can't beat you. But fortunately, we found someone who can.
Got a
Do you
blood
remember
relative.
in the Dick Van Dyke Show when Dick Van Dyke slammed Mary Tyler Moore's head in the car door?
Oh, yeah.
Because the mashed potatoes were lumpy?
But the audience loved it.
They were lumpy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm going to make your head lumpy.
Brought to you by Patient First Cold and flu season is here.
I've got a clode.
You do have a clode. Patient First is here to help. Hey, Harry. I can't speak to that.
You were traveling all day yesterday.
I was.
What's Harry, though?
I was going to say they handle everything.
They Harry your clothes.
And I put handle and every and made it Harry.
At these times, you need someone who cares about your clothes and harries it correctly.
I'm sorry. and I snorted too.
Middletown man pleaded guilty Monday in federal court to trafficking protected turtles. 62-year-old David Summers of Levittown struck a plea agreement with federal prosecutors and pleaded guilty to one felony count of violating the Lacey Act and agreed to forfeit nearly 3,500 diamondback terrapin hatchlings, according to the U.S. Attorney Office for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Prosecutors said Summers admitted that he falsely labeled the trafficked turtles taken from the New Jersey marsh habitat between August 2014 and October 2017. He acknowledged sending a package containing 11 of them to Canada and mislabeling the package as a book to underreport its value. Officials from the Environment and Climate Change Canada intercepted the package of turtles and alerted American authorities.
Today marks a major step forward in the
It's so
treatment of care
bizarre.
of turtle.
Do you know
Dude,
where
this guy was making a ton of money.
I had no idea they were worth that much.
He made $500,000 over 3 years.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta
it's
go see
better than cocaine.
Shipping turtles.
Yeah.
Shipping turtles.
All right, so wait,
Do you have my stuff?
what did he get pinched for? Lying about it or just
No, the
shipping it in general?
Yeah, the package. The Canadian government intercepted the package, and then they contacted the United States.
So, yes, some of these endangered exotic animals can draw incredible money.
All right, so I can't go do that as a cottage industry.
No.
As long as I ship it and package it correctly.
No, you can't.
It doesn't
you
matter.
can't.
It's
It
just
doesn't
straight up
matter.
illegal. Okay.
Yes. Summer sentencing will take place on May 15th. The 62-year-old could be sentenced to as many as 5 years behind bars, 3 years of supervised release, a $250,000 fine, and restitution to New Jersey for the value of the turtles.
Imagine you end up in a cell and the guy with you's a triple homicide. What are you in for?
Turtles. I don't know where he's picking these things up at, but there is
Turtle City.
When
in
you're
New
going,
Jersey.
All right, but when you're going into Wildwood, right?
Yeah.
Like North Wildwood, because I ride my bike there all the time. They have all these turtle crossing signs, which is great.
Yes.
But there's a huge wall barrier that is in the middle of the road, and I'm like,
how do they clear that?
They don't.
Yeah,
they don't. Like, so if you clearly know that turtles are crossing here, why did you put up a wall for them to just get smashed by cars?
There's no opening in the wall?
None.
There's no sign. Turtles go through here.
No, and I don't think they can read either.
That's
Case, so these turtles are protected under New Jersey law and by an international treaty. They are not found in the wild in Pennsylvania, but where Summers resided, but they have a dwindling habitat range in neighboring New Jersey. So there are some in New Jersey, but it's completely legal. And this guy apparently he worked for numerous Republican candidates in Bucks County in recent years and was previously a reporter. He previously covered news for the Trentonian, Bucks County Courier-Times, and the News Network, and also wrote for LevittownNow.com between 2013 and 2014.
not another turtle story, please.
Seriously.
I like turtles. Love them. That's that little kid grew up to be.
That's him.
Oh my God, it's him.
I love turtles. All that comes across my desk.
MMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. We love having our next guest on at any point in time.
He's the best.
He's talking about a new children's book out, Detective Duck, The Case of the Missing Tadpole.
Love it.
And his memoir, Being Henry, as well, which is just delightful. Please welcome the one and only Mr. Henry Winkler to our show. Good morning, Henry.
Oh my goodness, my heart is soaring with that yell.
Thank you, Henry. Well, we love you so much. It's easy to yell for you, man.
Thank you.
So you're continuing to author these books. This is just, man, have you run with this? And I read your memoir, which absolutely loved so much, and you open up your personal life in a way that I did not expect, and the good and the bad and all of that. But you spent so much time in it discussing your dyslexia and how you overcame that, and then you become an author. How ironic is that?
It is shocking
Yeah.
that the newest Duck Detective, it's the second one in the series. At the moment, there will be 4, but this new one, The Case of the Missing Tadpole, comes out October 13th.
Okay.
And it is for emerging readers. And this little duckling is funny, and she dreams about being a detective, and she's also an environmentalist. She solves problems with her pond squad that would endanger their beautiful pond in New Hampshire.
I love this idea. The last time we had you on, I think it was for the Hollywood versus the Galaxy.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Yes, the alien superstar.
Right. And I remember reading a number of reviews about your books, and it's 30 plus, at this point. And they were saying, they were pointing out that even though they are geared towards a younger audience, that everyone can find inherent humor in it. So it's obviously it's like these animated movies that come out that keep parents or older people in mind for enjoying the material as well. Correct?
Yes, we tried to do that, absolutely, and I'm very proud of it. This is our 40th children's book.
Jeez. Wow!
I couldn't read growing up.
Yes.
Right.
So it is shocking to me. I'm telling you, outside my family, I think this is the proudest thing I've ever accomplished in my life.
It's amazing. By the way, Henry's going to be at the Doylestown Bookshop on the 16th, and there's a signing for the book, so you're invited to come out and meet him in person and pick up the book. Obviously,
and I will not leave until every human being has their book signed.
Well, we have every confidence that'll be the case. You didn't even have to tell us.
Yeah,
it's true. And then The memoir, which was Can I Brag?
Please.
It was on the New York Times bestseller list for 11 weeks in a row.
Nice.
There was so
It's
much
coming out in paperback.
Oh.
Because if it's really difficult to carry like a heavy hardback cover book.
There was so much that I enjoyed about it. Like I had mentioned, your family issues that you had and your dyslexia, but obviously you cover the big stuff in your career. And if you wouldn't mind, Henry, sharing with people, because I enjoyed it so much. There was a moment when you were in the height of your television fame. You were at an event with some of the other cast members of Happy Days. The crowd got too big and things were getting out of hand. And then you did something only the Fonz could do. Could you share that, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually, ABC and Paramount would send out two of us, either Don Most, Anson Williams, Ron Howard, and me. They would send two of us to a city, and we would make a personal appearance in order to get interest for our new show. This time, in Dallas, they sent all four, and we went to the flagship of Neiman Marcus, and 25,000 people showed up in the parking lot to say hi.
Yeah.
Now, Donnie Most got really nervous. When there were crowds, he always, well, what are we going to do? We're never going to get out of here. Oh, my God, what happens if they all move forward? I'm going to be crushed. Yeah. And I said, don't worry, it will be okay. And I turned to the crowd, and I improvised. I said, all right, let me tell you something. You're going to part like the Red Sea, and you're not going to touch us. And I am telling you, there was and there was a lane for us to walk.
Oh, my God.
And we walked right to the car, and then somebody said, hey, look at that, the Fonz is short. I turned to where I thought the sound was coming from, and I said, hey, up yours, I'm not short. Yeah. And then you heard, he is so cool.
Oh, my God.
In keeping with the character.
Amazing.
That is awesome.
Amazing.
And then we got in the car and left, and Donnie calmed down.
Nice.
Well, in addition to the book, you have a very cool thing, the American Horror Stories coming up. This is the Ryan Murphy. And there's a cool story because you have a familial connection to this, correct?
I'm telling you, this is an amazing thing. My son, my youngest son, Max, 11 years old, I take him to see Bottle Rocket by Wes Anderson.
Great movie.
He says to me, I'm going to do that. I said, okay. And now he is 41. He is a major director, works a lot with Ryan Murphy. He has just done Grotesquerie and the Menendez Brothers. He not only directs episodes, he also runs the show.
Wow.
So now he's running American Horror Stories. And he calls me up. He said, Dad, I've got a part for you. My son is hiring.
Now, from what I understand, too, one of his schoolmates who you knew is also involved.
The director, Matt Spicer, was in Max's class at USC in the cinema school.
That's great.
And Matt spent the entire cinema school in my house, eating us out of house and home. And now I am working for both of them.
Wow.
So I'm standing on the set. It is freezing cold. I said, hey, can I get a cup of coffee? They bring me a paper cup of coffee, and on it is written, Daddy Winkler. My heart flew out of my body.
That is wonderful. That is very cool. I love all that stuff. Are you, by nature, a horror movie fan?
I have never seen one. I would not watch it with somebody else's eyes.
But you will do it for your son.
I saw Jaws when I was in drama school. I was sitting in row B when the shark came out of the water, I was sitting in row A.
That's great. That's great. I have to ask you because the Water Boy was on the other day, and I know that was sort of you had a sort of a fallow period in your career, and that helped revitalize things. But I have to ask, by any chance, did you keep that afro that you wore?
Oh, in the younger scene?
Keep the wig.
No,
because it itched.
It was.
I kept the high heels.
That was so hilarious.
Oh,
and obviously you're a Yale trained actor, and Ron Howard made reference to. By the way, it's great seeing you at the Emmy Awards with Ron Howard hitting the jukebox. But so what is cool is that the way you embraced with your training, stuff like the Sandler films and all these things, and we have fun through you. Obviously, having fun as part of these movies.
But you know what? That is my job. It is not only to be trained as an actor. We are trained to be in it.
Yeah.
If you're going to sign the dotted line, if you're going to put your name on the contract, if you're going to commit, then commit fully. And don't, there is a story I tell a lot. When I graduated from Yale, I went to the Yale Repertory Theater, and I earned $172. And then I went to New York, and I couldn't really get a Broadway play. I tried as hard as I could, but I could get commercials.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody that I went to Yale with said, I don't know how you can do commercials. It goes against our aesthetic grain. And then I thought to myself, well, I'm earning money. I'm doing plays for free at night. Their next question to me was, how do you get them?
I love the anecdote in your book where you'd achieved the success that with Happy Days and beforehand your I guess it was your instructor from Yale had kind of badmouthed your work, and then years later had asked you to come to the school and speak or to do some sort of an official presentation, and you said
to give money.
Oh, to give money, that was it.
Yes, the dean of the school who smoked a pipe and rubbed it against his cheek so that the bowl would get, moist from skin oil. I don't know what the hell he was doing. It looked ugly to me. But anyway, this man, a pretty famous critic of theater, said, I don't not only applaud Winkler's recent success, I'm not sure he has done the right thing. The next time I hear from him, Henry, could you donate to the drama school? I said, oh, Dean Boosting, let me, you know what? I lost my checkbook. As soon as I find it, let me get right back to you.
I love it, Henry. It's just the best. My goodness. So Henry, like I said, is going to be at the Doylestown Bookshop on the 16th. And we're so excited that you continue to crank these wonderful books out for kids and emerging readers and sharing, that gift of being able to read and storytelling and all this where, you had issues with it when you were younger and you're just kind of paying it forward. I love this.
You know what we found? We found that humor was the gateway to reluctant readers.
Okay.
So many parents have come to me, and I don't even know how to keep this in my body. So many parents have come and said, you saved us. My child could not and would not read. And when he found a character he could relate to, yours is the first book he or she ever read.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I could do anything better outside my family.
Yeah, that's how it works. Well, kudos to you. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Henry. We got to run, but we love chatting with you. Continued success, and I'm sure we'll cross paths again soon.
He's gone.
Oh, he's out of there. All right, there goes Henry Winkler on the Xfinity mobile guest line, because we have another guest who's lined up, and I'm excited to speak to him as well, because he, amongst the many things that this man has done in his career and continues to do, was the man who sang the song that my wife and I danced to when we got married, when we first got married. And here's a little clip for you. Oh, yeah. Still get goosebumps when I hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, he's talking about season 2 of The Irrational, which is on tomorrow night, 10 o'clock on NBC. Mr. Jesse L. Martin is on our show. Jesse, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Okay, first of all, you guys got me smiling like crazy because first I got to hear a little bit of Henry Winkler. And in all the entertainment circles I've ever been in, he's like Henry Fonda. Everybody absolutely adores him.
Yes, agreed.
That was cool to hear. And I cannot believe you used that song at your wedding. That's awesome.
Yeah, Jesse, we love the duet and when in its initial appearance in Rent, and because my wife and I saw it on Broadway 5 times, we just loved it. But lyrically, it's just so beautiful, and we couldn't think of something that we like better, so we took the more dour movement of it from the funeral and used that as our first dance at the wedding. But it was beautiful, and still to this day, it's so special to us.
Well, the crazy thing is I've been asked to sing it at more weddings than not. I haven't gotten a chance to do it too often because I'm usually working, but it is a wedding song for people. You know, it's about people being in love. And being in the house of love, if you will.
Yeah, it's so wonderfully performed. So thank you.
It absolutely is. I have to say, the season 2 of The Irrational, and I had not really taken a deep dive in season 1, and I got caught up because you managed to find, and it's difficult because obviously you come from Law and Order, and there are a lot of shows that are of a procedural nature. But this has such an intriguing niche that you found. Explain to people what The Irrational focuses in on.
Well, The Irrational focuses, we follow a professor of behavioral science who gets called in to use his skills, if you will, to help solve mysteries and crimes, some of them personal and some of them alongside the FBI. And in our second season, which starts tomorrow, I also work alongside someone who's become the character's girlfriend, and she used to be a spy. So there's a lot of international connections and mysteries.
Yeah, what I find really interesting, and there's an episode for it explores because we all ask these questions. Why do people do these things? And obviously we know reprehensible killers and so on and so forth. But why someone might admit to a crime they didn't commit, or why someone these things that seem complete aberrations. But the show delves into that element, and you are playing. But you're basically based on a real life person, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. It's based on a man named Dan Ariely, who's also a professor, but gets called in to help not only solve mysteries, but help CEOs learn about behavior, learn how to. I guess manipulate's not a great word, but learn how to read situations to their benefit.
Well, I think
just based on behavior.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. I think all of this stuff, whether it be procedurals or a peek into the psychology. I mean, we're perpetually fascinated by this stuff and why what motivates people. With all your years of Law and Order and this. You ever think about taking a crack and popping on a badge and going after the bad guys?
I was thinking the same thing.
Absolutely not. No. That job is very, very difficult, and I am imagining it takes an emotional toll on you because we're talking about real life and real crimes and real tragedies. I'm just playing the guy on a television show, and that's my niche. That's where I belong. I have such respect for people who work in the real world of solving these kinds of crimes and mysteries because it cannot be easy on the soul.
Well, at the end of season 1, your ex has been kidnapped or has gone missing, correct? And so now that leaves you with a bit of a cliffhanger, and that's where we pick up in season 2.
Absolutely, and she's not my ex. She's actually my longstanding girlfriend. At this point. And she does get kidnapped at the end of season 1, and we start our season 2 trying to find out what happened to Rose. Her name is Rose.
Jesse, I want to switch gears for just a second because we played the clip of you singing, and I was reading that you recently completed production on this biopic about Marvin Gaye, Sexual Healing. I am so excited that his story is going to be told and that they have a wonderful vocalist who's going to be playing the part. Can you tell us a little bit about that film and what we can expect?
Well, what I can tell you will disappoint you because we actually didn't finish that film, and I don't see it coming out.
Oh, that's too bad.
Because when the subject came up, we thought, he said, what a perfect bit of casting.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well, it was fun. I mean, the little bit that I did get to do, it's something I'd wanted to do for a really long time, but for various reasons that I can't even discuss, it just didn't finish. So it's just out there in the ether now.
Yeah, it's Hollywood, man.
Yeah.
It's the scene. It happens so many times.
Well, so I mean, you've been so busy with the TV shows and stuff that you've been doing. Like, are you able to get back up onto the stage, or are there any plans of that in the future?
I would love to. I mean, that is where I come from. The theater is the thing that built me. It's my church, if you will. I will go back to Broadway anytime Broadway will have me. It's probably the best acting experience that I've ever had. I mean, I have to say that the theater saved my life as a kid. I mean, in the same way I'm hearing Henry Winkler today talk about how much influence he's been able to have on young readers. Like, the same thing has happened in the theater for me. I was a kid who was influenced by theater professionals who took me in. It was a whole village of people who said, hey, this is a great place to belong. And I would certainly do the same thing for younger people now going into the theater. And Broadway is a big champion of that.
Yeah, you said it brought you out of your shell as a kid and turned everything around. I wanted to bring up. I was a huge fan of the X-Files, and you were in one of my absolute favorite episodes called The Unnatural that I believe David Duchovny wrote and directed. And any memories of that? Because it's sort of a baseball turn that I love.
Well, it was a phenomenal experience. I wasn't even schooled on the X-Files. I, of course, knew what it was, but I hadn't really watched it. And it was because of Brent that I ended up in that episode.
Huh.
I got a call from my manager who said, David Duchovny wants to talk to you. And I was like, the David Duchovny? But I was like, the David? And he's like, yeah, he wants to talk to you. And he got on the phone and he goes, how would you like to play a baseball-loving alien? And I was like, who doesn't want to do that? And it was one of the first times that somebody had just called and offered me something like that. So I was feeling great in my young career. Got a great show on Broadway, and then suddenly, someone like Dave Duchovny calls. And I got to say, first of all, the guy is a great writer. He's a fantastic director. He was so easy to work with. And he made it just a complete joy to work there every single day. And it was a cool part. I mean, who gets to play an alien?
Yeah, no, it was great. It was just,
Nice.
in a career of standouts, it's definitely another moment. And honestly, The Irrational, and I in preparation, started watching, and it is a solid show, and I love where it's going.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, it premieres tomorrow night, 10 p.m. on NBC. Jesse, great to catch up with you. Thanks for joining us, and continued success.
Thank you, guys.
You got it. Jesse L. Martin, guys. Great singer. Great actor, the whole thing. And on our Xfinity mobile guest line, thank you for calling in, Jesse.
Didn't even get to bring up The Flash.
That's right.
So it's in the DC universe as well.
Dude, that sucks that the Marvin Gaye thing
It's perfect casting.
had ended. That's too bad.
Well, we
'cause
have a little bit of a budget. Can we say about getting it completed?
Can we have Casey starring as Marvin Gaye,
Aretha
maybe?
Franklin?
Really try, baby. Is that pretty good, right?
That's really good.
Yeah, thank you.
Good. That's after he has that horrible throat accident. But it is somebody draws a chainsaw across his eye.
I think he wasn't he murdered by his
father.
His father.
His father shot him. Yeah,
that's insane.
And then he shot him once, and then he did start cleaning his room, and then he killed him. No,
Oh, no.
It was it was really a weird story. And I remember as it started to unfold, everybody was going, "What?
Yeah,
what prompted him to do that?"
Yeah,
because
Marvin Gaye.
they had a pretty good relationship.
Wow, very weird. All right, we have a couple of minutes to play with, right? I didn't think about this.
Play
but
away.
I wanted to mention this because this was kind of cool. It was an announcement that came out over the weekend. The Sofitel, is that how you say the name of the hotel? The Sofitel?
The Sofitel?
The Sofitel, Philadelphia.
I've
at-
heard Sofitel as well.
The Sofitel?
At Rittenhouse Square was recently named amongst the best hotels in the world.
Oh, that's where I got 2 parking tickets overnight. I parked in a handicap spot. I didn't realize it because there were branches that were hanging over
the
so
sign.
you couldn't see the sign. And so I had gone to Ozfest that night, and I left my car there overnight because I had imbibed some things. And then when I got there the next day, $700 of parking tickets.
It's a handicap spot.
Yeah. I was able to get it down to $350.
There's a memorable collective Preston and Steve show memory at that hotel. Do you guys know what it is?
Yep, lick his taint.
It's Lick His Taint. Casey got it right.
I'm sorry.
I was going to tell a story.
Oh, well, you asked the question, and I answered it.
I know.
Damn.
Yeah. So the story is that we were all at Jong and Bill's wedding. And,
Oh, yes.
and Casey, do you want to cut to the punch? Because
I thought you said slick as taint.
No,
And I'm like, well, that's a phrase I've never heard before.
There was a lovely wedding going on.
There sure was.
And people we really think highly of, and they do that thing where anybody married 30 years or 40 years.
Yeah, they start off, who's been married for 10 years?
Right.
Who's been married for 15 years? Who's been married for 25 years? And then they eventually get to who's been married for 50 years?
Yeah.
And there's usually just one couple in the audience. And the DJ goes over and goes, hey, can you please tell us what your secret to marital success is? And Steve, sitting at our table without missing a beat, just goes, I lick his taint.
I was at another table and heard that. And I had to leave the room because I was laughing so damn hard.
It was wonderful. It was
That is a
special
nice
moment.
hotel. So far we have the second most haunted location, and we
There you
have
go.
the
Yeah, so this landed. Now, mind you, this is of hotels in the world.
which is the planet.
I think it came in at number 34. So that's pretty damn high considering.
Yeah.
all the
That's
great
really high.
hotels in the world. I mean, what about that place you stayed in Florida with the cockroaches?
Oh, my God.
Where's that on the list?
Dude, by the way, my sister stayed next to that after the hurricane because they had $75 hotel rooms.
Yeah.
She stayed 2 nights, I think, and then she's like, I can't do this.
And she survived a hurricane.
She said there was a drug bust while she was there.
Oh, my God.
She said that the prostitutes were left and right all over the place.
You said you saw prostitutes.
I saw, in the morning.
you
At
really?
like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, how's she look?
Question: when you were there, why didn't you ask for the presidential suite?
I should have. Yeah.
She was a morning prostitute.
She was a morning prostitute.
Oh, man.
How do you think she looked?
Remember I told you guys that case, when I told the story, I said she looked like from Breaking Bad, Wendy.
Well, oh, no. Yes.
Yes.
I remember. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
So anyhow, Condé Nast Traveler announced the results of their annual Reader's Choice Awards, which included a list of the best hotels in the world. And the 306-room hotel landed at number 34.
So by this reckoning, would they consider the Sofitel the best hotel in Philadelphia?
Now that I don't know.
You would imagine, correct?
I mean, because you've got the Four Seasons, you've got
we have a number of great hotels.
You got the Rittenhouse. We have loads of great
Absolutely.
hotels.
You guys been-
And nice boutique hotels.
You ever been to the Ritz-Carlton? I've never stayed there, but I really like getting a drink there occasionally. It's an old bank. It's right on Broad Street. And
No.
It's a cool rotunda underneath it, and there's like underneath there's where the bank vaults used to be, that you can go down and have a meal down there.
I don't really like boutique hotels, Steve.
I know you. Yeah, I remember you saying
The
this.
rooms are really, they don't feel cozy. I like cozy.
So that's why the ones that I stayed at because of the cozy rooms. Like the I stayed in a place in Glasgow that was you would have loved it though. It was all Scotch based.
See, I'm mainly thinking like ones that are more modern.
Yeah,
boutique.
these were
what I mean?
yeah. So like the place in Turks and Caicos we stayed was considered a boutique hotel, a resort. So it's I find, at least in the ones I've stayed at, did have exactly that it had a little bit more character to it. So, but yeah, I guess there's ones that are a little bit more antiseptic.
Yeah, I know what you're saying though, Preston. I've stayed at those like modern boutique hotels. I don't
like
mind
that.
them. I think they're cool. I think they're different, but like I completely get what you're saying, that it's
Right.
not like a homey feel.
Yeah.
Some people might not feel comfortable.
I want the day hooker to be knitting. I want something a little bit more rustic.
So the publication highlights Sofitel's spacious and unique lobby, the quick check-in process.
You're in.
And its prime location near top restaurants, and then it lists a bunch of the restaurants that are around there.
And if you love cobblestone.
Abe Fisher and Dizengoff and the Dandelion and the Love.
And the Flipperderf.
The hotel's 2 on-site restaurants, Chez Colette and Liberté Urban Lounge, which serve French-inspired cuisine, ooh la la, were also noted as an easy pit stop for breakfast or weekend brunch. Sofitel Philadelphia opened its doors in 2000, holds a Certificate of Excellence Hall of Fame award from TripAdvisor, voted in the top 3 hotels in Philadelphia by Time Out Philadelphia, and even acknowledged by U.S. and World News as Best Hotel of 2017.
How about that?
Yeah. I have no idea what rooms cost there. I wonder how expensive they are. Because you mentioned like the Ritz, Nick, and things like Four Seasons. You're going to pay a whole lot for
I looked
rooms.
into a room at the Four Seasons for a weekend, and I then looked at another hotel. I've been for drinks at the Four Seasons. It's gorgeous. I'm really. It's a beautiful spot, and you're way up high, so you get really cool views all the way around. And it's an awesome room. Jean Georges is a great restaurant, but it is not cheap to stay there.
Here you go. Room rates at the Sofitel Philadelphia at Rittenhouse Square range from $176 to $970 per night.
Wow. So the $176, you're sleeping on the ice machine?
I mean, $176, that's affordable, but is that like a Tuesday in March?
Well, let's see. How about we stay this weekend?
Sometimes you can find a good rate.
We'll stay Friday to Sunday.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Let's do
smoking.
I mean, it's considering what prices are nowadays. It's not terrible. $389 a night.
That's, I mean, for a higher end hotel, you're looking in the 3 to 4 range.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But at the Four Seasons, it's probably going to be what, 8, 9?
You're starting at 9 for a room.
Let me see.
So
at the Four Seasons, you start at 9 for a room?
Yeah.
So me and Caroline are going to New York to go see Little Shop of Horrors. So
you'll find a cheap hotel room there.
I started totaling it up, and I actually asked around because when it does come to Manhattan, I really don't know where to stay.
New Jersey.
Yeah, right. Other than, Times Square, which I don't want to do. I don't know the neighborhoods. I don't know Soho and the Village and all these things. I don't really know those areas. So I took some suggestions from people who've lived there for years and years and years recently.
Right.
And they pointed me in the correct directions. But I started adding up because we're gonna jump on a train rather than deal with driving and parking and all that stuff. But that train, hotel, show. I'm not even going to throw numbers out at you.
Just one night?
But it will be one night, and it will be with my youngest and a special time for sure.
Yeah.
And it's worth the money for me. But
it's a memory that you're creating.
God.
Yeah.
Make sure that you get in early for early check-in and that they abide to that.
Okay.
Because otherwise, because we were supposed to, when we went to see Fish, we were supposed to have early check-in, and then we ended up waiting 2 hours.
And make sure you have an itemized list of expenses so you can slap it in her face if she ever mouths off at you.
You're not staying in Times Square, right?
Nope.
Okay, good.
Nah, stay by MSG.
So Four Seasons, the availability is not as open as the Sofitel, but it starts at $900 a night.
Starts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you know what was wild is that the Waldorf, which is obviously has its legend, is not as expensive. Can you do a quick check on the Waldorf?
Is it as nice though, Steve?
No, because the last time I was in New York with my family, we stayed at the hotel across from the Waldorf.
Wait, you want me to look up New York or
Waldorf Astoria?
In New York?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was basically closed down. They were going to renovate it. That's all I know. But it looked like
temporarily closed.
it looked like it
He's
was
right.
an abandoned hotel.
And it's a Hilton property.
Is it?
Yeah.
I know Hilton owned that.
So when I stayed a couple years ago, it was surprisingly it was more expensive, but it was competitive to other places.
Okay.
Yeah, but if it's closed, that kind of renders the point moot.
All right. Sofitel, one of the top in the world. So number
There we go.
2.
Yay!
Before we do move on, one more thing. I had Casey and Marissa grab this for me. I mentioned earlier that all last week, Jackie Bam Bam did our letter of the day for the word of the week, and he spent a good amount of time thinking of the letter and the word associated with that letter. Just so you're clear on what the letter is, it's what Pierre has always done. B as in breakfast. He'll say something like that. So Marissa had broken down each one of these that Jackie did and put them together in a video because he gets very animated when he does these things, and you really need to see it. But hearing it is good, too, because there's a lot of reaction behind it as well. So this was Jackie spelling out the word of the week last week.
Letter D as in dangerous. Yeah. E as in electrocution.
Yes.
V as in voluptuous. I as in institutionalized. The letter is L as in press well, hold your ears. Lifeguard.
Hi, Jess. Good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, Jess. All right. I hope you've collected the letters and you know what our word of the week is.
Devil.
Great day in the morning.
You really need to see and he got to yell it. It was great. The video is just, I loved it. I watched it over and over this weekend. So if you get a chance, check our Instagram account. You'll see it there. It's also on PrestonandSteve.com, I believe. So we are going to take a quick break and come back in a moment. We should be close enough to get the keyword for, what's the name of it? Good Money It. That's what we're doing. I'm sorry. I have like 5 different things we're doing. And we'll get the beat file and also remind you about these Hershey Park tickets that we're giving away. Stay put. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve.
And turtle stories.
I'm telling you for years.
Couldn't you see the signs?
You interviewed me when I was a kid.
It was a cry for help. I was dressed as a zombie, and I said I love turtles. Why was no one listening?
Looking good. Jonathan just got an awesome face paint job. What do you think?
I like turtles.
All right. You're a great zombie. And
Oh my God. It's him. It's him later on in life. I love it.
It never stops.
But because my sons have been to dances, but without a date. And it's not odd. Like when I was in middle school, if you went by yourself, unless it was a dance where it's known, everybody just show up and we'll be at the school and we're having a party.
Right.
But for the most part, everybody went with a date.
Yeah, and you got, I mean, at least for me, you would get asked to go to the dance.
Your teacher would pick you up.
Stop it!
You ready to go, baby?
I hate you.
Hey, look, I put some Tinker toys in the back. Keep you occupied.
Let's go to Maureen. Hello, Maureen.
Our last song at our 8th grade dances was always Nights in White Satin.
Nights in White Satin? Yeah, a bunch of 8.
Yeah,
how old are you?
Breathe deep the gathering gloom.
Right.
Watch lights fade from every room.
Maureen, what did you do in the poetic portion of that song?
Bathroom break.
Sway back and forth.
They'd start crying.
Maureen, did you kiss anybody that night?
That's so long ago, I don't even remember.
All right. Well, thanks for your call. That means we appreciate it.
We did like the, the butthole.
Oh my God!
The butthole. Like if you were dating.
What did you do?
You said the butthole.
Butthole.
Oh my God!
We would do the butthole. Do the butthole.
Everybody, now it's time to do the stuff with your butts.
You guys.
We're talking about backside stuff.
Casey nearly spit out all the soup.
I don't understand why you
In the
jumped up.
punch bowls, we have a whole bunch of lubricant. This should make it easier.
Kathy?
Do we have the hustle anywhere?
Yes.
Do the butthole.
Hold. I said hold.
It's not what it sounded like.
Butthole.
One more butt.
You guys were advanced.
We did
Butts in white satin.
Do the butthole.
Oh my
The youngsters are really enjoying their buttholes.
Do the butthole. Do the butthole. Okay, so you do the butthole.
I mean, never mind at this point.
Oh.
No, yes, if you were dating the guy you were dancing with, the guy would put his hands
to do the butthole now.
To the butthole.
And who's up for some old-fashioned finger blasting?
So wait a minute. Explain to me what the butthole is.
It's your
Yes,
Hang on, I
the
wanna
hands
hear
would
her.
be, instead of on the waist, they would just slide down a little bit and hold the girl's butt.
Grab the butt. Okay.
Were you constantly under the watchful eye of a proctor or somebody who was?
There was always teachers there, but I don't think it was as
They
strict.
couldn't see everything, right?
It wasn't as strict as the nuns watching at those dances.
Well, that's
no,
why,
seriously.
But that's why the St. Kevin's dances were so great because they were so crowded that, like, all right, you can't.
I'm too tired to worry about your buttholes.
The butthole.
You said the butthole. Somebody had sent me a listing for a home that's on sale in Maple Glen.
All the realtors are posting it on
Oh,
there.
they are?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 48 photos, and if you get to photo 31, you have to stop and go, wait a minute.
What is that?
What is that? So it's a beautiful home, by the way.
Beautiful.
And for a decent price too. It's 5,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And it's gorgeously laid out. It's $750,000 for a home that looks like this. That seems like a pretty good price to me.
It actually does seem like a really good price.
Yeah.
But when you get to photo number 31, you realize that they have a bit of an S&M dungeon in their house.
But it's in like a beautifully. It's almost like an executive dungeon.
But I mean, it's decorated that way. Like it's not just little things maybe in a box somewhere. No. They had things built in their basement.
Yes, and in fact, if you look at the bed, there are stocks.
Yes.
Like you would see when they would be punishing someone in the square where they have your head and your arms up in the stocks.
If you were a witch.
Yeah, exactly. And the bed has what appears to be, you can turn it into a cage if you want to.
It has bars.
There's also some sort of a rack in another picture that has all kinds of chains and leather and swinging things.
And is there
Wait a minute. You know what? Do we even know intern Mars's address? Is this her home possibly?
Is the Star of David? Is that a?
I don't know what that is.
That might be.
No, it's just a regular star.
It's wooden. Maybe those are little links on there that you can chain someone up to.
But when you see the picture of the front of the house, it's a beautiful
Oh my
brick
God.
house with a pretty red door.
Suburbia galore.
And then you get inside.
But even the chambers, it's like nice. It doesn't seem like a dungeon.
It's it's brightly
bright,
painted.
yeah.
It's well lit. It's very cozy. There's it looks like recessed lighting.
Listen, I'm sure they took out the clutter for the pictures.
Well, it's called 50 Shades of, right? Isn't it 50 Shades of Maple Glen?
Maple Glen, yeah.
Yeah.
Real estate agents.
Oh my God.
You know they've seen a lot of stuff.
Absolutely.
Would I want that?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Why not?
Well, I'm just saying because
what are you going to get? They knock a couple grand off and take the S&M stuff out. Nah, play around with it. You never know. It might open up a whole world that you never knew even existed to you.
Yeah, I'm just
This
thinking.
is Rochelle. We're going to have the PTA meeting over here tonight. Bring your bull whips and butt plugs.
Have we talked about period parties before?
We have a while ago.
Okay.
Bert Kreischer.
Yes,
Really?
he brought them up.
Bert Kreischer had one for his daughter.
Oh,
Which was awkward.
But they're like really they're ascending now in popularity.
Well, so much so that they're starting to take off in the UK. So the British mothers are starting to throw period parties for their daughters when they first menstruate.
Yeah, remember there was like an old commercial where it was when the girl got her period for the first time. It was like, let's go for ice cream. I forget what the commercial was, but it was like, let's celebrate. This was like when I was.
Why didn't you run alongside the car?
I remember thinking, this is the worst day of my life.
When that happened?
Yeah, like
really?
I mean, you know what? Because I was a little bit older, so I understood it. I knew what was going on. I knew what the other kids were going through, and I was like, you know what? Like, if it doesn't have to happen, like I can wait.
You know how a good first one? Carrie. You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
She had. I think the whole idea. I think actually is a good one. If for something that could be traumatic, that you could turn it into a plus. I mean, I
think it's cool.
Right?
I mean, listen, if you
or not a plus, but something that is something to be okay.
Well, you can now bear children. I mean, it's not that you want to.
Yeah.
At 12 or 13 years old, or
Hey,
however
Daddy,
it is, but no. But as in the in Game of Thrones, they call it your moon blood.
Your moon blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but honestly, it is, in one fell swoop, boom, you're a woman now.
Yeah.
Whammo. And so there is no equivalent for boys. You know what I mean? It's not like we go to sleep one night and then we wake up and boom, we have pubes.
Yeah.
It's
a pube party.
it's a
boner party.
Boner party.
But you're getting babies. I mean, it's the truth. It's a biological thing. And it happens.
What did you just say?
I said I had, as if I'm the only guy here. No, we all got boners when we were
You can have boners in the womb.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You
can. Fetuses have boners.
Yes, there's proof. What? Picture proof.
Let's continue talking about hygiene.
Please.
But
we all need it.
In a different orifice, we'll talk about your mouth.
Oh, I thought you were going just on flipping us over.
Oh, the butt. No, we're not going to talk about
We'll go from butt to mouth.
We could. I mean, I'm sure we could find something.
I like that sense that the mouth, that the toothpaste and everything's been rinsed out and washed out, and whatever I've dislodged is out.
I haven't gone to the dentist in over a year.
Oh.
I knew you were going to find that repulsive, Kathy.
Oh, teeth are probably so gross.
I had an appointment, and then something came up.
Something suddenly came up.
And then I had to cancel the appointment, and I never rescheduled it, and I just got lazy.
And it usually they have a long wait usually.
And I don't like going to the dentist.
Even
And I
just
like
for a
my
clean?
dentist a lot. He's a really nice guy. What's that?
Even just for a cleaning?
No, because it's never just a cleaning. It's always, what's this? Or, let me pick at that for a minute. Or here, we need to take some more pictures. Shove these uncomfortable things in your mouth and bite down for a little while.
Here, put these wax lips in.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate the x-rays. Ugh.
I love going because I don't have a lot of but I don't have
because
Kathy,
they make
when she
compliments.
smiles.
She likes to go
Everyone,
anywhere.
come in here quickly. Look at these beautiful teeth. It's not enough that she has a perfect vagina.
No, I like the feeling that my teeth are that clean, as you can imagine.
No kidding. You have beautiful teeth.
Hey, Kathy has the perfect mouth, the perfect vagina. Do we assume that the other one is perfect too?
I can only assume her proctologist is doing backflips.
Yeah, has anybody ever commented on your butthole? They've commented on every other orifice.
Oh my
in the body.
God!
Look at this thing. It's unbelievable.
I like how you pointed at it when you told Red my butt.
Did she?
My butthole. This? My butthole, Preston? Is that what you're talking about? My perfect butthole?
We have to do something now.
Oh.
All right. It's a little thing that we put together that's going to involve you having to put on a blindfold because we have a mystery guest.
Mystery guest!
Okay.
I love mystery
Perhaps
good.
the most mysterious mystery guest of ever.
Really?
Yes. We won't go any further than say that. You think you'll get it?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So we need you to put on your blindfold, please.
All right, take those glasses off.
All right, hang on a second.
All righty.
Yay. So.
All right. So again, so one more time, repeat.
All right.
We're playing 100 questions.
215.
No, 20 questions.
215-263 WMOR, the number, by the way.
This is 20 questions for Preston, and it's questions 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20.
All right.
And then not at all.
All right.
Is the person in the room now?
No,
Not yet.
no. In
Not
fact,
yet.
if we could bring our mystery guest into the room.
I am blindfolded. I can't see anything.
I always get nervous when we do mystery guest. I don't know why.
It's always hard to get somebody to agree to this.
Yeah.
Because, how are you?
It is hard to get somebody to agree to do it, and then sometimes we'll eat up half the interview trying to figure out who the hell it is.
Right.
All right.
If they've only got like a 10-minute window. So,
all right, so
if this person is here, then they have more time than that, which is good.
They're here, and we will be able to spend some time after Preston, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to use the high-pitch process to hide this voice, which I think we'll do a nice masking job. So we're going to begin, Preston. Again, yes or no. And you're going to have enough time to sort of narrow it down and ask our mystery guest your first question.
Okay. Have we ever met in person before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you live in and around the Philadelphia area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a public figure?
No.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
Well, wait 1 second.
Wait, was that Steve?
That was Steve. With the processor obviously still on.
People.
Ask that question again.
Are you a public figure?
Yes.
Okay.
He's modest.
His answer might have thrown you, and he is.
How many questions is that?
That's three.
That's three questions.
All right.
So you're a man. Steve just said he, by the way, so I got that.
Oh, man.
Ooh, little one out of the way. Are you in... is your profession in journalism?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Do you appear regularly on television?
Yes.
All right, wait. That's 5 questions. Do you have a guest real quick?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Matt O'Donnell.
No.
Wow, okay. All right. Did I get the wrong network and piss somebody off?
No. You're good. We wouldn't do that to you.
All right.
Mike Monsel's on line 4.
Let me tell you, your mystery guest is very good-natured. He's smiling. So.
Okay. All right. So it's not Matt. It's someone I've met in person before. They're on TV. Journalism.
You can ask more questions.
I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out where that might lead me in my next question. Would we consider ourselves, or do you consider me a friend of yours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you from an island nation?
Yes.
It's Vi. It's okay, Emma, right?
No! Oh, really? God, you're getting there so close.
Oh man, who the hell else is from an island nation?
You can think broader. This person may be, I think, more famous than you're thinking.
Oh, wait a minute. Shane Victorino?
No. All right,
Good guess, though.
That's 6.
That's not a nation, but it's an island.
So
and
now-
we have played golf together, so.
Question number 11, Preston.
Yeah.
3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Real quick, couple of shout outs as we have about a minute and a half or so to play with before we get to Good Money. I got this email from Julia Wagner, and she says, I wanted to send a juicy shout out to my sister Kat and brother-in-law Joe, congratulating them on the arrival of their baby boy this past Sunday. Actually, it was on the 29th. She said, I don't know anyone who would make better parents and who deserve this love and happiness more than they do. Welcome to the world, Joey. We are so lucky to have you in it. Love, Julia and Mike. There is your baby shark. And then I have a butt plug. Let me make sure I got the date correct on here. I got this Wednesday, October 2nd. The fundraiser show is, it's on the 11th. Love to get a butt plug or a yoo-hoo for this wonderful fundraiser show next Friday night at the Grove at Valley Forge Volunteer Fire Company in Phoenixville. I got this from Eddie Gallagher. And it benefits Julius Grace Foundation. I think I mentioned this last week.
I think you might have.
It's a double headliner event at the one with one funny mother, Dina Blizzard, and Keith Purnell. I did mention this.
Yeah.
And it goes to children with cancer and their families. So I just want to give one more plug-a-rooney and pass that along to those guys. So I did that very thing.
Oh, you know what? I was just going to make a quick plug. I'm hosting Trivia Night at Marion Mercy Academy on Friday night. Ooh. Tickets are available. If you want to join us, you can go to marion-mercy.com. But Trivia Night will... it starts around 7:30, 6 rounds of trivia. So, but, you're going to get there like 6:30. And then not only that, but then these trivia questions might be used for stupid questions later. Maybe
get a heads up.
Yeah. Casey did a lot of work coming up with trivia questions.
It takes a long time
It does.
to curate 60 trivia questions for an evening.
Yep. All right, it is now 10 o'clock, so we can do this.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
And that word would be amount, A-M-O-U-N-T. And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. 3 ways to do it. Enter it at WMMR.com through the MMR app, or you can text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in the company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. And it's brought to you by Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. So again, the word is amount, A-M-O-U-N-T. We are awaiting you to enter that.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
right, round number 2. Here we go. Brought to you by Bud Light. Join Marissa this Thursday from 7 to 9. She'll be at the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff at the Garage at Garage Fishtown. There you go. You can enter for your chance to win a pair of Eagles tickets courtesy of Bud Light. So, all right, listen to this. A Florida woman is issuing a warning after suffering a freak accident while walking her dog and losing her eye in the process. What? Yeah. Daniela Abreu was getting ready for a nighttime walk with her dog, 60-pound husky named Blue. And because of Blue's size, Abreu preferred a rope leash for walks, but that night, though, she was too afraid, so she grabbed an old retractable leash and left the house. While walking around her neighborhood, Blue saw a rabbit and suddenly lunged forward. Abreu gripped the leash tightly and pulled back, trying to keep Blue under control. She said, as he was running one way and I was pulling the opposite way, the friction of the leash just snapped back and repelled, hitting me right in my eye. She said, it happened so fast, but I knew that it was bad immediately. The force of the leash was so traumatic. The handle of the retractable leash had hit Abreu in her right eye, and her face started gushing blood. She said, there was so much blood, I thought I completely lost my eye. So my flight or fight mode kicked in, and I was able to run home. I ran inside screaming. My mom got me to me first, and I just fell to the floor and got really pale. She said I was losing a lot of blood, and eventually I just passed out. Well, Abreu's parents called an ambulance, and she was taken an hour away to a level 1 trauma center. She suffered a fracture underneath her eye, a retina detachment, and her eyelid was split open. Following x-rays, doctors stitched her eyelid back together. Then the adrenaline wore off and the pain settled in. She said the pain was 10 out of 10. I was hysterically crying because it was so bad.
Jeez.
Abreu was also told she needed emergency surgery in Miami. Well, after waking up from surgery, she got confirmation she was permanently blind in her right eye, and there was no way to salvage her vision. She had a long road of recovery that required additional surgeries for the rest of her face to heal. She underwent 4 surgeries, and doctors confirmed the damage to her right eye was so severe that it had to be removed.
So those retractable leashes with a large dog can be an issue, you know, because they got exactly for this reason.
Yeah, we use retractable leashes. I love them.
Yeah, they're terrific.
They're great, but I could see where if that thing all of a sudden it comes up attached and flies back at you, it could do something like that. Now, it'd have to be a freak accident where it just hits it just right.
And this did, or just wrong, depending on
but still could take your eye out, so be careful out there. 3 people in Ohio are accused of faking the suicide of a registered sex offender by claiming to have seen him fall into a lake in a fiasco that tied up resources from multiple law enforcement agencies and required the use of 3 dive teams in the bogus search. Brianna Watkins and Matthew Hunt face charges of inducing panic, making false alarms, obstructing justice, and falsification. The man they allegedly claimed tried to kill himself is Richard Neumann, and he's a registered sex offender, and he faces a whole bunch of charges as well. So the case came to light when Watkins and Hunt claimed that Neumann fell into the lake at Friendship Park. Neumann even left a suicide note for the pair to give to police.
Oh, no, we've lost a sex offender.
The searchers included emergency medical services, fire, police, and sheriff's deputies from multiple departments and counties were dispatched to find the man. Dive teams suited up and combed the water. They didn't find Neumann. The authorities realized that it was a hoax as Neumann remained on the lam. There were 911 calls made, and the individual reported that someone had went into the lake after a fishing pole and dove in and did not resurface. I thought he left a suicide note.
That's it,
I mean, does it go from an accident to suicide?
Well, maybe he cared a lot about this fishing pole.
Neumann was arrested days after the search. He is a registered sex offender stemming from a 2013 conviction on charges of gross sexual imposition with a victim under 13. The cause of the alleged hoax was due to a deadline he missed to report his location to authorities, as he was required to do every 6 months. So he didn't report, and he's like, better fake my death.
Yeah.
And now he and 2 other people are going back to jail.
Sounds like they didn't plan it well enough.
Dallas police are investigating after a rideshare driver punched an elderly passenger from behind.
Oh, man.
A surveillance camera captured Wednesday's attack. The 68-year-old passenger it apparently said that it all started as an argument over legroom. Suleiman Gauba was the passenger. He says that his attacker was the Uber driver. Video shows the Uber driver arriving to pick up an elderly couple. Goob and his wife began to get in the back seats. However, 2.5 minutes passed and the car just remained sitting there.
Well, maybe it'd fit better if I punched you in the back of the head.
Video then shows Sulman getting out of the car and being punched in the back of his head by the driver before falling to the ground. The driver hovered over him while his wife slowly got out of the car.
Yeah, that just happened, Grandpa.
Galba said that he complained to the driver about the lack of legroom and not having enough room in the back seat. He said, I can't sit in the back seat, very small space. Galba said the complaint led to the driver canceling the ride and telling him to get out of the car. Police said that there was an argument before the rideshare driver hit him in the head. I just told him, why are you canceling my ride? I don't know. And at that time, my wife told him, I'm calling the cops. And the suspect drove away before police arrived. Galba, who is originally from Pakistan, said that he moved to Dallas from New Mexico a few years ago. He says he does not own a car and uses Uber rides to get around. Now they're hoping to track this guy down. For some reason, they haven't found this guy. You would think it would be pretty easy.
They got him right on video.
He's an Uber driver.
Yeah.
You would think maybe your phone as well would have a record. But anyone with information is asked to call the Dallas
At least
police.
Give him a bad review.
Yeah.
And then we'll do one more story and we will wrap it up. Let's end with this one. In Michigan, of all places, an alligator was found under a car in a residential driveway Thursday
In Michigan?
morning. Yes. When the homeowner came out of her home to go to work, she found neighbors taking photos under her vehicle. They had already spotted the alligator. Police officers responded to the scene. They called the Reptarium Zoo to wrangle and rescue the 4-foot-long non-native reptile.
Reptarium.
It was taken back to the zoo where it now resides. Experts say it's a 3 to 5 year old American alligator. It was likely a pet that either escaped or was dumped near the subdivision where it was found. It is illegal to own an alligator in Sterling Heights, Michigan. Investigators are working to find the owner.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. Did you know that John Quincy Adams had a pet alligator?
No.
I found that out this weekend when I was doing research for quiz.
For your quiz
it was
trivia thing?
It was a gift from Lafayette.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
And then Lafayette went on to start the Reptarium.
It's crazy how these things work out. And it's been an institution, an American institution ever since.
Thank you,
our
Lafayette.
All right, before we take a break, this is something we have started today, and we'll go through the week. We have a chance for you to win Hershey Park tickets. We have a 4-pack if you can tell me the answer to the Hershey Park secret trivia question that you got from texting word Hershey Park 39333. So, Kathy,
Yes.
I need a number caller of someone who might have the answer to this question.
9.
Caller number 9 at 215-263-WMMR. In order to know the question, you had to have texted in. And let's see if you know the answer when we return. We'll take the 9th caller. Lesson, question, trash, and music news on the way, too.
Preston and Steve on
Expand your search. Wise.
Yeah. They live in and around the Philadelphia area. Entertainment-wise, journalism, television, island.
There are some people who do it all.
Who do it all? Oh, okay. So, are you a musician?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. What's your name? No. You're a musician. Oh my God. I should know this, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
Everyone here is smiling because you know once you know you. Okay.
Yeah. Do we play your music on MMR?
Yes.
Wow. Do you play drums?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're friends. We're considered friends.
We're friends.
This person's gonna kill me. Are you black?
Yes.
And I still don't know who it is.
What a waste of a question.
Well, I'm trying to, More famous than I have been leading on to. We're considered friends.
I mean, if I were to liken this person, I'm just going to give you a little help.
Okay.
It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife of capabilities here.
This person's going to kill me.
I thought you'd be better at this, Preston.
Dude, I suck at this. I'm good at getting answers.
All right, well,
Apparently, I'm good at getting answers.
You've got nothing
I haven't
but
gotten
yeses.
any no answers yet.
Honestly, which should kind of leads you to, oh my God.
Oh, Steve.
What?
Some people texting in are starting to get it.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
Well, it's not Questlove because we're not friends.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Another guess? I mean, another
question. I guess. Yeah, but what's going to help narrow it down? That's the thing that I'm trying to.
Maybe other
Trying to get to.
capabilities, other talents.
Okay. Yeah, but what? Do you like to eat?
Yes.
All right. Do you cook? I mean, like, would people know you for your cooking?
Yes.
Really? Jesus, none of this is helping me.
Why are you
don't know the
wasting-
cooking drummer?
I mean, honestly, I
journalist
thought
drummer.
by this time. I know. But keep going.
The island cooking journalist drummer.
How could you? I mean, come on.
Black
How can I
journalist
not?
drummer.
How can I not get it?
Yes.
You know, you are on the film board. I'm going to help you with that.
Oh my God, you're right. Okay, I am on the film board. You're an actor as well? Are you an actor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia actor, black drummer.
You have 3 questions left, Russ.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll give you another hint. It's the person who texted in Black Tommy Lee. That's wrong.
It's not Black Tommy
Oh, that
Lee.
helps
Yeah.
a lot. Acting. Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Are you giving up?
No.
Ask a few more.
Okay.
Maybe some projects or styles of acting roles, movies.
You guys are just trying to give this away, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I
not
know
helping me.
he's dying because I know Preston knows it, but he just go ahead.
Acting roles. Do you do? Are you mainly known for comedy acting?
Yes.
Really? It didn't help.
Dude, we didn't even use a voice processor there. Did that give it away?
Tried to help him,
Did you
yeah.
hear the voice?
He's gonna know.
It didn't give it away. No, it didn't give it away.
Oh, man.
Don't use the voice processor. Do you have a new movie coming out soon?
Yes.
Last question, Preston.
Oh man, you got it.
Man, I don't know.
Come on, Preston.
This is terrible. Is everybody getting it right on the text?
Yeah. Everybody's narrowed it down.
And have you been in our studio before?
Yes.
You have.
That's your last question.
You should know.
I know. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Wait till you see him.
I have no idea.
All right, Preston.
Damn it.
Take off your blindfold.
Okay, let's see. Wait a minute.
Preston, this is one of the construction workers in our building currently.
He said yes to every question on purpose. You suck.
I don't even know. What is your name?
What's your name? Chino.
Chino was good enough to do this.
Oh my God.
We had a whole bunch of stuff planned and it fell through. And at the last minute, Chino was good enough to agree to come over and be our guest.
Was the actual answer yes to any of those questions?
From the islands, right?
Yeah, Nicaragua.
Where are you from? Nicaragua?
These guys are doing great work in the building
sitting here
here.
going, I'm beating myself up. You guys are saying, oh, you ought to know. I mean, for crying out loud, a friend of mine.
Looks like everybody's getting it.
Black
Preston, how many black drummer, actor, comedian, musician, journalist friends are there?
Oh, my God.
Good job.
By the way,
And then I take, and you a-hole. Okay, so you know, and here's the deal, man. What's your name again?
Chino.
Chino.
Yeah.
So Chino, I never remember anybody's name.
Right.
So when I took my blindfold off and I saw you, I felt horrible because I didn't remember who you were. Hey, Chino. By the way, I want want to point something out. Kat, I was giggling at the beginning of sports, and Kathy looks at me. She's like, "What's going on over there?" Ever since we got back from vacation, we do our sports intro is live. All those sound effects, it's not pre-recorded. It's Steve hitting buttons.
We're
Casey's
artists.
hitting buttons. Casey has forgotten the order of the sound effects that he normally plays, and he's off his game. That's why I heard a doorbell in there, and I'm like,
all right.
We never heard the
Yesterday
doorbell.
there was something else.
Do you want to
too.
try it again?
We
It
have
was like
to
wind or like a hurricane yesterday, or because they've got hundreds of sound effects.
All right, I won't scream. I'm going to configure to what I always have it set.
Do you want to do it without the? I'll bring the music way down.
I kind of need the music, right?
All right, so go ahead.
Well, hang on.
And for those of you who hate the sports intro,
Here it
you're
is
going to get it
again.
again. It is.
But hang on.
But I'll bring down the volume
Before
a
you
little
hit
bit.
anything,
By the way,
I got to figure this out.
The sports intro was born in purposeful excess.
Just being ridiculous. Of course.
You guys remember why it started, right? It's because we were so excited when the Eagles finally made it to the Super Bowl. This was at Y100 that Kathy was doing news, and we couldn't wait for her to get to sports.
Nope.
Okay.
Don't remember that at all.
Yeah, and so the anticipation was it was exploded in sound effects.
Okay.
All right, hang on.
Let me know when you're ready.
I just don't know. The problem is I don't know what my second. I know.
Don't think about it. Just
do it.
Get in the zone. Auto zone.
Nick and I were actually just talking the other day about how occasionally we'll call into the conference call and we've been entering the same code to get into our conference call for however many years now, and occasionally we'll be like, what you have, it just your mind just goes blank and you're like, what is that
Every
number?
once in a while, you sort of retrain yourself to forget it, and then you have to. That's why obviously jotting things down now and then is a good idea. But you think you have a case?
Maybe.
Do you know what you usually lead with?
I know what I lead with.
So let's start.
In the last couple of days, I was hitting the wrong button. I was hitting 14 instead of 23.
All right, you good to go?
So I know I got 23 starts it all, bro.
Kathy, give us the kickoff.
Okay, and in sports this morning.
He has to scream, too. I'll bring the music way down. Ball sacks are yummy.
Ball sacks are yummy.
And the dolphin.
What happened?
There you go. That was
it
better.
wasn't timed up. I had to pause my what the F is that.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I think the music helps with that.
Sounded right.
Yeah,
Did it sound right?
A little better, yeah.
I couldn't remember if I do farts or not.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
No, there are no farts.
No,
It would ruin the sanctity of the sports intro.
That would ruin it.
Talking about the pride of Philadelphia here. So
Farts appear in the music news.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
What is it? Wrong page?
No. So I hit this, and then I start with that.
I killed it!
There you go.
All right.
I start with that.
I tell you what, that sounded closer than it sounded for the past couple of days.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Shut up.
Game of Thrones star Sophie Turner tells Dr. Phil on his podcast, Fill in the Blanks.
Oh, my God.
Phil.
How about Phil McCracken?
In the blanks. That she got so much hate mail on social media, she actually considered suicide. She said, it's weird. I say that I wasn't very depressed when I was younger, but I used to think about suicide a lot when I was younger, and I don't know why, though. Maybe it's just a weird fascination I used to have, but yeah, I used to think about it. And I
probably considered suicide after doing Fill the Blanks in.
She said, I don't think I ever would have gone through with it, and I don't know. By the way, Sophie Turner on Game of Thrones, as the series has progressed, she's gotten more beautiful along the way, and now because they're dressing her different, and she is regal, and she has a little more attitude. And
May
her
I say
eyes
something?
are just so gorgeously blue, and that red hair, she's stunning.
I'd say the same about you.
Oh, thank you.
As the show has progressed, you've gotten more beautiful.
Thank you, sir.
You know what, Steve, you're right.
Oh, 93.3 WMMR, some Zep on this Monday morning, 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. And we're happy that you're on board for the beginning of the week because you can get in on our Word of the Week prize, get that first letter, and we have $1,000 gift card courtesy of Paramount Pictures Smile 2. That's opening on the 18th, by the way. We have something else to give away. This is something fresh for the week, and that is the fact that we're giving away 4-packs of Hershey Park tickets all week long, Monday through Friday, and we're doing it via the Hershey Park secret text trivia question. So we had people texting the word Hershey Park earlier, and they had also, what are you pointing at?
No,
Case?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Point.
Okay. So...
Sorry,
So anyhow, we send out a trivia question to you, and then we take a number caller and we try to get a winner. So I am going to caller number 9, who is Meg. Hi, Meg. Good morning.
Good morning.
Meg is calling us on our Xfinity mobile guest line. And Meg, do you know the answer? By the way, let me ask you the trivia question. All right. And then you will give me the answer. Casey, where's the trivia question?
It's at the bottom right there.
Thank you. How many haunted houses will you find at dark nights at Hershey Park Halloween?
5 haunted houses.
That is correct.
Some stay dry and others feel the pain. Chocolate rain.
Well, chocolate rain for
born will die before
Hershey Park.
Chocolate rain.
All right, Meg, since you got that right, we're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to Hershey Park, and you will be able to go to the Hershey Park Halloween Dark Nights, all right?
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Hang on the line. We'll get your information.
Build a tent and say the world is dry. Chocolate rain.
Oh, my God.
What a bit of nostalgia.
Early days of viral videos.
Yeah.
This was definitely one of them.
Chocolate rain.
All right, so we'll do more of those giveaways.
Remember, he was advising on his method of using mic technique. And,
yes, I move away from the microphone. Yeah. And he also didn't look like that voice would come out of him, too, if you remember correctly. All right, something else completely to give away. Lesson question time. We're going to give away a 4-pack of gold tickets for Halloween nights at Eastern State Penitentiaries. All these great haunted things that are going on right now. And the question that we will ask, Nick just sent these over to me. What is the name of the 2 wrestlers in the tag team that The Rock took on the ring last night? Not really, but it was said on the show. 215-263-WMMR. There were 2 wrestlers. Name them both. They're not real wrestlers, so don't call in with wrestler names. This is something that was said on the show at about 7 o'clock this morning. What are the name of the 2 wrestlers in the tag team that The Rock took on in the ring last night? If you know the answer, call. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by College Ave. Take the stress out of paying for college with a private student loan built for your family's budget and goals. You can get college covered today at collegeave.com. Steve, what's going on?
Well, a photojournalist outside the White House lit his arm on fire in protest of the Israel-Hamas conflict. Samuel Mena Jr. later described the pain as agonizing, saying he would now be looking into tersely worded protest signs.
Oh, my God.
20-year-old influencer Jack Doherty crashed his $300,000 McLaren into a guardrail while texting on a rain-covered Miami highway. Doherty is apparently very popular with advertisers looking to influence morons. And finally, 50-year-old Leo DiCaprio and 25-year-old girlfriend Vittorio Sorrenti had dinner with her mother and his stepfather in Rome on Wednesday night. Vittorio apparently had a hard time reaching the table, only to realize she had been placed in a booster seat. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty, let's see if somebody knows the answer to the lesson question today. We wanted to know who the wrestlers were, the 2 wrestlers that were in a tag team that The Rock took on in the ring last night. 215-263-WMMR. Let's go to the Xfinity mobile guest line. Talk to his name disappeared. Hi, what's your name, buddy?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on the air. What's your name, man?
Adam from Lawrence Township.
Excellent. All right, Adam, do me a favor. Tell me who the 2 wrestlers were that The Rock took on.
Rocky Road and Positraction.
Yes. Rocky Road and Positraction are correct. Hang on, Adam. We're going to get your information, and we are going to take care of you because you just won yourself a 4-pack of gold tickets for Halloween nights at Eastern State Penitentiary, now open select nights through November 9th. This Halloween festival of epic proportions features 5 thrilling haunted houses plus historic tours, themed bars, live entertainment, and more, all inside of a real 10-acre abandoned prison, one of the most haunted places in the world, by the way. And you can buy your tickets online and save for information. You can get tickets at HalloweenNights.org. Let's get into music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. I got a couple things to mention real quick. We'll start with this. Is there a sponsor? All right. Brought to you, I'm sorry, the band The Who, and not WHO, H-U-E,
Yes.
The Who, the Mongolian band. They have released a cover of Iron Maiden's The Trooper in a digital format. And why did they decide to do this? Well, they're currently playing in support of the legendary rockers on their Future Past tour. The Who played their first gig on the Iron Maiden tour Friday night, but they're not going to be just support. The Who will also perform headlining shows during the tour with special guest The Funeral Portrait. So they're doing their cover of The Trooper, which is pretty damn cool. Also, I saw this article on WMMR.com. Record Store Day is back on Friday, November 29th. And if you're looking to hit your local record store, we have a list of titles being released at WMMR.com. And there are 3 different categories. The RSC exclusive release, which the titles are physically released only at the indie record stores. The RSC first release, they are the first round of indie stores. However, they may be limited. They may be released to other retailers or websites. And then the limited run regional focus, they are either regionally based and sold at specific stores or press runs under 1,000, which may make them harder to find.
I didn't realize there are all those categories.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a bunch of different bands. Even the Beatles, there's some stuff coming out from them. Garbage, Jane's Addiction, Jimi Hendrix, Lamb of God. Even Steve Martin, his King Tut song is being released for Record Store Day.
Hi, I've flirted with the notion of getting a record player again.
Motley Crue, Pearl Jam, Rage Against the Machine, Ramones, Trent Reznor, The Stones, Santana, Stone Temple Pilots, U2, Van Halen, T-Rex. There's a whole bunch of them. So if you'd like to get a definitive list, you can go to WMMR.com. And we've got the article right there for you. Short music news for you.
That's all you need.
That's all that I have today. Yes, Case?
Well, we were supposed to make an announcement. It's not a music news announcement.
Son of a bitch.
Yes. It's
we can do that.
right up there.
We can do that.
All right.
Now without a drum roll. All right, thank you for reminding me of that, Casey. So we're excited. There's a show coming to town. It's going to be Saturday, January 18th at the Wells Fargo Center. Playing that show, Tom Segura.
Yeah.
Wow.
Chocolate rain.
He's a big fan.
Some stay dry and others
It's the Chocolate Rain Tour.
Chocolate rain.
It is. It's Chocolate Rain Tour.
Baby born will die before the same chocolate rain.
No, I think Tom would
Come
appreciate
see
it.
Tom Segura at the Wells Fargo Chocolate Rain.
Tickets go on sale this Friday, by the way, 10 a.m. And complete details are available at WMMR.com. And you can also go to tomsegura.com/tour.
What was that dude's name, the Chocolate Rain guy?
Oh, his name is
Tazon Day.
Yeah.
That's it.
Maybe he'll be opening for Tom
Probably.
Segura.
I know they're
Probably.
good friends.
The Wells Fargo Center, we'll
On
have to say.
Friday, we will have a ton of tickets to give away.
For Tom Segura?
For Tom Segura,
Excellent.
yes.
Wow. Okay. Well, maybe somebody's calling in on the Xfinity mobile guest line for that. I don't know. Hi, Krista. Good morning.
Oh, hey guys. What's
Hey.
up? Good morning.
Good morning to see you. Krista, you sound out of breath. What's up?
Oh yeah. I'm shaking. I can't believe it.
Why?
Because I just won this $1,000.
I love it, Krista. You sound like you could use the money.
Oh no, I'm just emotional.
Yeah, listen, $1,000. It's awesome.
I'm going on a trip this week with good friends. So my best friends, we're going to Outer Banks to celebrate a wedding. And we're gonna go do it up down there.
Damn right you are.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome, Krista.
Get arrested.
Where are you from, by the way?
What's up?
Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Flowertown.
Okay. By the way, Krista's bailing everybody out this weekend.
Yes,
She's gonna get arrested. She's going to pick up the bail. Yay. Good for you, Krista. We are very, very happy to give to you $1,000 courtesy of WMMR.
Oh, amazing. I love you guys.
We love you. All right, thank you. Congratulations. Hang on. And courtesy of our friends at Horizon Services for sponsoring Good Money It. Nice job. We got another chance coming up around noon. Let's take a quick break. We will come back in a moment. Get ready to wrap up the program. Letter today, Word of the Week prize on the way.
Preston and Steve.
That I've gotten more beautiful?
You have.
Thanks, man.
No doubt.
Then, no. Let's do one more story and wrap it up. Okay, we'll end with this one. While Hellboy hasn't set the box office on fire, it tanked with only $12 million in its opening weekend. One of its stars, Mila Jovovich, is still loving it, and she shared her thoughts on social media, writing in part, all I'm going to say before going to bed is this. All my raddest filmed...
Oh, Jesus, man. Why is it happening?
Why is this
What the hell is that? Is that Hydra?
I don't know.
I unlocked my phone. And
what was it?
It was Ghosts of the Forest, Trey Anastasio's new band.
All right, well, that's cool.
Yeah, I didn't hit play. I just, it's a freaking Face ID. Okay. So
you just looked at it?
I don't know if I swiped up, but it just started playing music. Preston, I was more interested in what you were saying.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen.
Yes,
that's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
May go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookles
or a snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snorkeling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Good
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Serpent USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
At the snorkel.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snorkel USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snorkel at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever, yeah.
Because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it for
you. Do you
you,
remember
yeah.
what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
Right, a
is?
snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding
it?
me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
A hose,
what
right?
they do is, well, yeah, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did.
KSAN?
At
No.
KSAN in San
Okay, it
Francisco,
was.
yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Okay.
Didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains.
Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name
in the
all
area?
the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah.
rest is
I've only
history.
been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny, what was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, a bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's
little
was
crazy?
total unintelligible. It's Amish in the morning. What we were coming on, really so hard.
Those were those cowboy hats too. When I see him on
Yes.
TV. I mean,
With the headphones. Cowboy hat?
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they under?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers.
Digging on that song. Jack White, 93.3 WNMR. That's how I'm feeling. Oh, yeah. 10:39 Monday morning. Kicked it off in fine form with lots of very cool people in the program
Yes.
today. And lots of stuff to be given away. We just handed somebody $1,000 a moment ago. And more of that coming up shortly. So I would like to take a moment and thank our guests on the program, Mr. Henry Winkler. He's got a new kids book out. He's written so many of these now. It's great. This is the second in the Detective Duck series. It's called The Case of the Missing Tadpole, and it's number 2. He's going to make 4 eventually out of that. But if you would like a really good read on a really cool person, and I mean that more than the Fonzie cool, just a sweetheart of a man. Being Henry is the name of the book, and it's excellent. He's also going to be on American Horror Story on FX on October 15th, so it's great to have him on. And he's going to be, oh man, I forgot what
Yes, in the area.
The Doylestown Library on the 16th, I think it was. Yeah. And he's doing a book signing, which is really, really cool. And then while we were talking to him, we had on hold Jesse L. Martin.
Hey!
And the first thing Jesse said was like, first off, I want to tell you how awesome it was to sit and listen to Henry Winkler for a moment or two. He just said he's known in the industry to just be the sweetest of guys.
A worldly known good guy.
He's a worldly known good guy. And Jesse L. Martin is a worldly known good guy, too. And season 2 of The Irrational is on Tuesday at 10 p.m. on NBC, and you can stream it on Peacock as well. So he was a really cool guy to talk to on top of that. And then we made the announcement about Tom Segura. He's coming to the Wells Fargo Center in January, on the 18th of January to be more specific. Tickets will go on sale Friday. Casey, Sam, we're going to have some giveaways this week.
Yes, we are on Friday.
Listen up for your chance. We have one day of Ryan Shuttleworth.
Hey! Hello, friends.
Good to see you, Zaw.
Great to be seen.
Pierre's out for one more day.
One final day. He will make his triumphant return tomorrow. So,
But we have capable hands. You'll be handling everything from here on
God
out.
help us all.
We shall see. First and foremost, if you give us a letter, we'll know you can do the job. You ready?
Yeah.
Here it is.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
F as in friendship.
All right, friendship, F. And we are going to be giving away a $1,000 gift card courtesy of Paramount Pictures' Smile 2, and it's opening in theaters on October 18th. So we get that on Friday. Get set for it. What do you got cooking today, man?
Another opportunity for $1,000 coming with a keyword at noon for Good Money, a cash contest and workforce blocks. John Mellencamp's 73rd birthday today. We'll salute him. We'll get some Cougar in there as well. The only band that matters, The Clash, and a request for the mighty Metallica, all lined up for the program.
Awesome. Thanks, Ryan. And I want to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Dunkin'. Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. And Lincoln Mills Haunted House. Tickets are on sale now at LincolnMillsHaunt.com. Tomorrow is a busy day today with some really cool guests. Jason Alexander will be joining us tomorrow. Actor Steven Weber will be on the show, too.
Another good one.
And we have the return of the Wooten Brothers tomorrow morning. Are they performing?
No, but all
Okay.
four guys are going to be stopping by, and the specific request from the Wooten Brothers to visit the Preston and Steve Show. They're at Ardmore Music Hall tomorrow night.
That's awesome. Great musicians. Reggie, Roy, and Joseph, and the great Victor Wooten will all be here.
Legends all.
That is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, friend, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.